Good morning. I see a little Himiko peeking out. How are ya? How are all of you guys this morning? Bleh. Nom 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 nom. Listen, I know I just started with Yawn, but I'm not gonna count it because I said so. Hi, I am good. Very good. I'm glad to hear that, Himiko. How are ya? How you been? Like, since talking to you a few days ago. How do you like the no betrayal, betrayal? But yeah, how's the sprite doing for you? Oh, Angie face. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Here it is. Alright, I have just pulled up my lesson plan for today because I am going to continue with art tutorials. I didn't do any tutorials last week because I wanted to draw a fun little Mebic. Because Medic deserves art, and it actually warms me immensely in the heart region to see other people doing the same thing. I've seen a lot of influx of Medic art, and honestly, good for them. They deserve it. I don't know if Medic's here, but Medic does deserve the art. Because I believe Ladyface drew Medic as a cheerleader. Because, of course they would. It would only make sense. They're our cheerleader. They're adorable. And I do believe... It's doing great. Found an app that I could put it all into for blinking animation stuff and doing a little PNG reveal on Thursday. Oh my god, that's actually really exciting. Oh no, I clicked myself on accident. Oh, I gotta change my Discord settings. There we go. Yeah, I'm very glad. I'm very glad to hear that. And if you need more stuff for it, like emotions and stuff, and like tears or crying, just let me know. I still have the raw file saved. I'm not gonna get rid of that. Because that would be rude. But yeah, I believe last night I saw a bit of a stream of someone. Their name is Vale. You've seen them here before. It's V333IL, and they were drawing more Medic art, and that makes me so happy. They've drawn. I think they drew like 2 pictures. We'll have to pay extra if so I can save up. I don't know. I might throw in something for free if and needed. I have been told I do have to charge for my work because Medic and a few others will not let me. They will not let me cheapen myself, which, I feel bad for taking prices that I have. I don't feel like it. This sounds dumb, but I don't feel like I'm worth it. But I've been yelled at into submission, so Leon especially has been thumping me for a long time. But without further ado, I think we're just gonna hop in over here. Hello, charismatic canine. How are you? Let me look at you. Hi. Is this creepy? I hope this isn't creepy. Okay, how's it going? Doing well. Good. Yeah, I'm doing good. Still a little yawny because I'm waking up, brushing off the dust. I I partied all weekend. Hello, Zetter. How are ya? I love the hearts. Welcome in. Welcome in, favorite pillow boy. While everyone files in, I'm gonna do a quick little hop over here. Ah, no, headpats. Shoo. Get out of here. I don't have headpats right now. But I am going to switch this really quick. I'm adjusting my camera. Don't worry about it. There we go. I needed to fix it so I can actually look at my tablet. Oh! Studying for my midterms in less than 3 hours? Zetter. You got this, though. I believe in you. Also, thank you for the head pads. Thank you for the head pads, K9. Oh, yes. Head pad for a little bat. Totally understand. I started commissions ages ago. There's a lot of that's too much. Then it got a little difficult to deal with. So I buckled and lowered them. Yeah, I'm trying not to buckle and lower them. It gets difficult because you're just like, God, that's so much money. But then, like, I keep getting yelled at for why it's that price. And I'm like, fine. How are you? Hope you had a good weekend. I did have a good weekend. I spent the weekend hanging out with a bunch of cuties. Waking up at very, very inconvenient times. And now it's, I've ruined my schedule just a little, but I'm still waking up on time. In fact, I woke up earlier than usual. Con! Hi, Con. You come into my house just to slash yawn me. I see how it is. But yeah, I had a lot of fun just hanging out with people over the weekend. Sunday I took a day to myself. I didn't really hang out with anybody except for Leon. Just rested my brain from the social stuff. But yeah, Friday and Saturday was a fun time. Oh, you guys are being cute in chat. Alrighty. So, like I said earlier, last week I did not do any tutorial in terms of art. Last Monday I wanted to draw Medic, which I did. Oh, my music is quiet. Oh, there it goes. Every time I think my music is gonna just not play, it picks up. It tricks me. But yeah, I drew Medic last week, so we skipped tutorials. This week, I want to look... Medic. Yes, a Medic. A good Medic. And the week before, the last tutorial I did, we looked at the different shapes that the human head can make up. Such as the circle, you know, the little piece of paper that you can cut, the eyes being circles, the nose being a little triangle, the mouth being like 2 triangles, like a pillow of triangles all like piled up. Just the your run-of-the-mill, you know, shapes. So this week, I wanted to go over the body and show you how the body gets its shapes the way it is. Now, when you watched me draw this all the first week, not the second week where I did this, but the first week when I did all this, you saw me draw... My cat is being kind of kooky, but you saw me draw all of this and break down the different shapes. Today I'm going to be going in and showing you how to turn the shapes into an actual, like, body. How to make it look like a person instead of just this series of shapes put together. Such as muscle definition, where muscles protrude, where different, like, tendons go. How to get the details in that. Similar to how I did the neck. Because if we remember a couple of weeks ago, I did show you that this little, like, the neck is just a tube, but it has this, here, let me pull up the sketch, just to show. It has this, and these are like, our little tendons that help us, oh, goodbye! Oh no, I can't get famous by buying followers anymore. Oh, darn. Oh, darn. Damn, there goes my chance. But, yeah, I showed off these little tendons here. That's what we're going to be doing for the body. Because, the body, it makes up a lot more of this. it has a lot more of the little details inside to help with all the little tiny nooks and crannies that you see a lot of people draw on a human body. Okay, enjoy your lurk, and enjoy the studying. I believe in you, friend, you got this. Alright, so let me just find my layers. Huh? Oh, that's hair. There's this. Okay. I need to scoot these two over. As such. Eh? Oh, I didn't take that with me? Oh, whoops. Okay, let's do that again. Whee! Aaron Yeager looking ass. I'm just scooting the hair along real quick. Oh, whoops. Come on now. Where is it? There it is. Get out of here. Now let's scoot this over. Beepity boppity boobity. I also had to give Leon a little wave goodbye and a smoochies at him. Because he's heading out. Oh. I got peeked on. That was spooky. Snippity dippity. Hello, Danny Bot. How are ya? And yes, snippity dippity. Ugh. Also, yes, I am sniffly. I've been sniffly for like a month. Cause that just kinda happens for some reason. Yeah, me too. The reason I have them is because, like I've said on the stream before, my, not my sinuses, my sinuses get pissy because it keeps getting cold and then it keeps getting really hot. There we go. Yeah, I got a little sniffle. That's just because of weather. Yeah, weather changes are kind of drastic. It went from 75 degrees to like 40 in a day, and that kind of drop is it's a bit shocking to the senses, to say the least. So I've just been quietly suffering. All right, let me just align everything here. I don't think it matters. There we go. And today I'm going to remove the head for now, because we don't need it. We're not going to be using it. So I'm going to just turn all these off. And I'm going to keep this down here as a reference point. Kibby! Don't move stuff. And I have my body ref here. So we're going to copy that and bring it over. Or, actually, I don't think it matters. Well, actually, yes it does. I'm going to be moving my canvas around a whole lot, and I don't want my body ref to be moving with it. There we go. Now, this is the same ref that I used about a month ago, or 3 weeks ago or whatever, to do this. As you can see, the pose is very similar. I eyed it, and I just drew it. By the way, this looks kind of a little wonky. Let's fix it. There we go. And you can always do that if something looks a little funky to you. You can always just fix it. Oh, I accidentally copied way too much. There we go. So, Huh? Oh, I'm dumb. That's what happened. There it is. Okay, let's copy this. And I'm going to move it over here. We're also going to draw a front stand here so that I can show you how to break down the body at different angles. Now, I know I should probably do that with the head as well, because I've only done it at a 3/4 angle, but I'll worry about that in a different tutorial. We can start going over how to tilt the head and the body and all the arms and all that good perspective goodness. All that fun perspective stuff. You need to head out to walk dog and get ready for work, but have a great rest of your stream. Thank you, Danny. Have a good walk of doggo and have a good day at work. Oh, thank you for the love and the vibes. I can feel them from here. It makes me happy. Alrighty. So, as before, I'm going to do the body again. And I'm going to show you how I quickly do it. Because, like I said right here, it's just shapes. You can't really tell what the toes look like, and you can't really tell what the hand is either from just this little picture. So we're going to be going in and breaking it down in detail, like I did with the face, with the whole eyes and the nose and all that good stuff. That way, whenever you're drawing the body and drawing the face and all that, you're more conscious of the shape and the curvature of the body and the form. And just like with hair on a human head, it will make you a lot more conscious, and it'll make it easier to put clothes on the body, as well as, you know, other accessories or whatever. Because that's the ultimate goal here. We're trying to clothe this person, but how do I put clothes on it if I don't know what the shapes are? That's kind of hard. So I'm going to go over all of that again. As stated, when drawing this, the body is, of course, made up of a variety of shapes. And we're going to be cracking down on those shapes again. I'm not going to be worrying about the head too much, because we've already covered it. I am, however, going to start with my simple... What? Oh, my stuff just crashed. What the hell? Okay, full disclosure, I may or may not be watching Tarochi play a creepy game while I'm drawing for you guys. But, my Twitch crashed. I couldn't see what he was doing anymore. It made me sad. There we go. I fixed it. Alright. So yeah, I will draw the head very quickly. It's a little circle, as we remember. The head is a circle with the piece of paper stapled onto it, and we've cut that piece of paper at about here. For us, that's also where the eye line typically goes. And I'll add a little ear. There it is. The head's been sliced, because remember, we sliced off our head, like right here. We go whah, and we cut off the piece of the head with a knife. You go shing, and you slice it off. You know, you were there. You were all there and very conscious. Let me get a little sip of my water. Alrighty. I also have a snack waiting in the wings. Right, and I'm not going to really work on the neck either because we've covered the neck. We've covered that it has these tendons right here, which is what a lot of people like to add whenever drawing their character. You know, that fun little collarbone and neck position right there. It follows it, so we've already covered it, and I don't need to do that. And so here we go. Here's our little skull. Here's our tube that makes up the neck. As stated before, it is a tube that looks like this, and it's been squeezed in here to where it kind of bends in like this. And then oh. And then it's almost, oh, at least how I draw it, it's almost like it's getting flattened like this and squished and dripping over the chest, like this. For me, at least. It just makes it easier to draw. And for the shoulder, it's just another tube, like this. See here, we have our tube. So let's make our tube. There we go. Whoop. There's our tubey tube. And then the body itself is this little square. Now, I've warped the square quite a bit, but it is basically this rectangular shape where it's been pinched in here, and it's kind of been rounded off almost. And I also slice into here to give it this divot. And that is the rib cage. Because as we can follow along with this lady, let me do that real quick, so you guys can see the shapes on a real model. Here's the skull. Oh, wrong layer. But here's the skull. Or the circle, the sphere that starts the skull. You can see here on her head, it does have that shape. And then there's that piece of paper. And you can see the head has been cut here. You can see the tube, and you can see how it pinches here, just as I was showing. And then I like to close it off with a little heart of a circle. Make it look like it's dripping down the shoulders. And then we can see here, here's that tube. Here's that tube of the shoulders. And I don't know if you guys are aware of or familiar with the body proportions of a ball-jointed doll, but ball-jointed dolls are probably really good to use when looking at bodies like this and how they should move. Because ball-jointed dolls actually have shoulders kind of like this on the inside, with joints attached to the tube right here. So this isn't just a tube, but it can also be the actual joint connected, like that. And just like here, here's our tube, and here's the actual shoulder connected to the lady. And it's clicked in. Same thing over here, but we can't really see it because her chest is in the way. But then I like to find the curve of the body, the natural curve, because our bodies aren't completely straight. We don't stand completely straight. That would, well, one, that would be a little hard on the body, and two, that would be kind of boring to look at, because what's more fun to look at, this straight line or this like cool little this sexy little curve going on? The curved one is just a lot more interesting and nicer and a bit more flowy to look at. So I tend to add curves, even if it's subtle, into my writing. Or not my writing, into my art. See, as you can see here, I added this bit of a curve right here. The chest is coming out from the middle and then back at the hip. And I'm going to be doing that here too. And you can see she does that. This chest part leans a bit forward here, and then it goes right back, like this. And that's just how people naturally stand. And it's just a good rule of thumb to do if you want your art to look a bit more dynamic. because if it's stiff, it'll look really weird. The world is not stiff. Oh, there goes my lemon heads. Ah, water. I am very thirsty today, by the way. I don't know why. I'm just sucking down the water. But now we're going to work on the chest. Now, as I said, it's for me, it's like a triangle, or not a triangle. It's more like a square, like this. And then I cut into it right here, because I want to emulate the rib cage. Because as you can see on this lady, the rib cage is right here. And rib cages on the inside do this sort of thing where it acts like this fold over itself right here a bit. And then we know that it's all boned in like that. But it does this very interesting little concave feature where it looks like it's doing this, and you can go like inside it. At least that's what the rib cage typically does on the body. And I like to emulate that in my sketches. Now, I kind of go a little farther than I'm admittedly supposed to with my ribs, because I do this with my art. I usually come down to about here, and then I bring it up. And it's a little lower than usual. So we're going to emulate that. I'm going to stick it out a bit. Like about like this, maybe. And then I bring it down, like I said, arguably probably a bit lower than I should. And then what I typically do, as you can see here, is I find the middle part of the body and I just bring it together in this little triangle. So I follow that line of the body's natural curve. For this, it's this curve in the middle. And I just follow it with this triangle. I just draw this little triangle and I warp it like this. I take this tip and I just follow the natural curve of the body, wherever that natural curve happens to be. For her, it's not that drastic. For me, it's a little more curvied, just because I like pushing the dynamics of a piece. And then we work on the hips. Now, depending on the body shape, depends on how the hips and the waist work. Now, this body's pretty androgynous. But if I wanted it to be a more masculine shape, instead of doing just this, which is what I'm going to be doing with it, for her, I just bring out her hips from about right here. Wah, Himiko, betrayal. I bring out the hips from about this middle point. Now, like I said, this isn't quite where the rib cage is. The rib cage and the hips don't meet like this, but it is what I do to keep my eye, keep everything equal, I guess. But I pop out these little triangles, these little, like, blumby triangles that look like this. Because remember, they're basically like cones or cylinders, like this, that's been, like, cut in half, like this. We hack off half of this, and then you slot it. You slot it into her hip. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing this half cylinder slotting onto her hips, like this. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to draw a half slot right here. Like that. It's a pretty big hip, though. But who cares? Big hips are nice, I guess. Her head's a bit small, though, in this picture. And by the way, you can do that. You can eye your image and go, something doesn't look right, this looks too big, this looks too small, and you can totally change it. If you're drawing traditionally, you can just do the undo button, or not the undo button. You can undo button if you're digitally drawing, or you can reshape it if you want. If you're doing it traditionally, you can erase it, which is God's undo button. That's not quite That's not quite how it works. But you get the idea. It's never permanent, not unless you do it in pen, in which case it's still not permanent. You could always just toss that piece of paper out. So that's the basic shapes. As you can see, what I've done over here, that's the shapes here as well. Now for the leg. Just like the arms, which we'll be getting to in a second, which weirdly enough, I draw the arms last because arms and hands are stupid and hard to do. You see that the leg, as you can see over here, coming down, it's just a tube. Now, the tube is warped a little bit. The tube is wider here than it is here. The tube kind of gets smaller in this side. So instead of just like this, it does this. It gets pinched and tugged in right here. And of course, it does it for the other side as well. Pinched and tugged and pulled in, and it looks like that. So we're going to do it over here as well. Now, a fun little trick that I like to do to make sure the legs stay the same length with each other, or rather stays in proportion with itself, is I like to draw on another layer this little ruler right here, and I go from the top of the head to the bottom of the groin, and I bring this down. Now, depending on how accurately you want the body to be, it depends on where you put it. If you want the body to have very realistic proportions, you normally want to line this up at about here. Like, kind of like for her, it's at her panty line. You kind of want to look for that panty line, or like the peak of the curve of the hips, and you put it here. And then the foot goes here. So we'll test that on her real quick. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna measure it. We're gonna go from the head to the groin. Then we're gonna bring it down. And you see how her ankle matches with about her panty line? The bottom of her foot matches to about here. So you want to give them that little bit of space if you want to have it realistic. Me, I usually bring it a little lower, but for the sake of realism, I'm going to keep it to where it is now, so I can figure out the length of the leg. Now that I know that, I'm going to cut off that part, and cut off this part, like, basically mark it, because this is where the foot is going to go, which is roughly about the same space as this line in between this. As you can see, they're the same length. And then I want to find the very middle of that line, right here. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Himiko. Enjoy your lurk, and I hope any of this makes sense. Okay. So that's what I do for my leg proportions. I figure out the little panty line, or the underwear line, which is typically right here at the peak of the hip, where it's its widest, and then stop at the groin area. And this amount of space is about the same space you could use for your foot. We're going to turn that down, and I'm going to draw my legs. Now, as you can see over here, it's a tube, so we're going to draw a tube. And it feels like something just bit me on my back, but I'm okay. So the knee is going to go to about here. We're going to bring the tube in at about the knee, right here. And fun fact, since we're here, after you get to that knee, the knee, think of it as kind of like a diamond almost. See here, I drew it like a diamond. If you're looking at it from this direction, like here, it's kind of sticking out like a diamond. See, like this. It's like a four-sided triangle almost. Like, here's the four-sided pyramid. And, you know, you see it sitting up, like, in the sand. There it is. There's our little pyramid. Oh, hi, Non-Binary. How are you? That's a cute emote. Hello. Welcome in. I'm just showing people how to do some art. We're going over how to draw bodies, specifically kneecaps. But think of it as like a little pyramid, a little diamond. I'm glad you're well. But it's been think of it as it being turned, and then it's been stretched. So it looks a bit like this. You turn it on its side like this, and then you stretch it like that. But it's still got that little peak. So it does something like this. And then you turn it. And then you stretch it. But then you also flatten it a bit. So it looks kind of like that. Anatomy. Perfect. I know nothing. Yeah, I'm going over how I typically do my kneecaps. I like them to be this little diamond shape. Which as I'm showing over here. And see, here as a similar vein, there is her kneecap right here and here. And after you put that kneecap on top of that, the bottom part of the leg is a series of two tubes. This one is just the one tube pinched here and here. And as you can see here, the bottom leg, bottom part, is two tubes, one that's shaped like this, that's been pinched in here, and another one that's shaped like this, where these two match in length, and it's been pinched in here. So putting that into practice, we can see with here, here's her leg, here's that tube, just like I drew last time, and then here's the second tube. Same thing over here. And now we'll put that into practice here. Her leg's looking a little short, actually. Now that I'm staring at it. I might do what I normally do. I'm gonna bring it down just a bit. For my sake. So that's the middle part of the line, so that's where the knee is gonna go. I'm going to bring down the tube of her leg. Just like this. Oh, that's a little too long. Whoopsies. It's about right here. That looks good. And remember, this comes out, then it goes in, because it's those two tubes that are connected. And same thing with this leg. It's a tube, and it connects right here with this leg, or this part of the hip. And then it comes down, comes out because of that tube, and then comes in. Now for the final foot, think of it a lot like a triangle. Just as stated last time we did this. It's almost like a slide. We all know what a slide looks like. It's like those triangles that slip down like that. Feet are pretty similar to that in shape. It slides down. Let me just adjust in my chair real quick. Comfy. So we're going to give that to her little feeties, because we can see here's the slope down, and same over here, slope down, much like that. So we're going to do this to her. We're going to give her a slope right here. Like that. And I'm going to slope the foot down this way. Like that. It's close enough. Now, as stated prior, if something isn't quite looking right, you can always select it and go, okay, this looks a little too big or small. Let's fix it. And these look a little weird to me. So I'm gonna shrink it just a bit. Make sure everything looks a little better. Fast note taking sounds. There we go. I'm gonna shrink the legs just a bit to get that original look that I wanted here, like this. And that is how I do my legs. Now going in again for the arms. Her arms are bending naturally at the elbow, just like I have here from a couple of weeks ago. My music is over. No! What will we listen to now? Actually, what do we want to listen to now? Oh, that would be really pretty. Let's listen to this. It's a guy playing stuff on the guitar. His name is John Oweth Guitar. It's this guy. Here, I'll show you. Just so you guys can see it, and just so I can give credit to this dude. He's playing Final Fantasy covers. His name is John Oweth Guitar. So, go follow him. Here's his name. And we're gonna be listening to this boy. Alrighty. Pretty music. There we go. But yeah, just like the legs, the arms are made out of tubes. Specifically of this one tube like this. And you can't see this one because it's behind the body a bit. I did bring it out on this one when I was drawing it, but it's fine. You don't have to if it's hiding. Oops. But just like last time, it's a little wider at the top than it is down here. Just like the leg, it's wider here than it is here. And also just like the leg, the arm is made up of another two tubes down here. It's made up of a tube that gets a little bigger here, like this. Not nearly as much as the leg, but it does widen out just a little here. And then gets back into a pinched state at the wrist. So, something like this. Here is our arm. Now, fun little fact, in order to figure out where the elbow is, I've seen a lot of people struggle with arm length. The good rule of thumb to know the arm length is the arm will always be the exact same length from wrist to elbow and elbow to shoulder. This will always be the same length as this, and the elbow will always line up with the waist, which means the wrist will always line up at the hips right here, and the hand will always dangle a bit longer than the hip. That's just a general rule of thumb for proportions. So, now that we know that, we can add the arm, which, like I said, is just a tube that's wider here and thinner here, just like this, and just like the upper leg. And the second arm is a series of tubes, two of them, where it's pinched at the wrist. It gets bigger, roughly at about the same spot this leg would, on the arm, and then it gets a little thinner again at the elbow. So you have this little bit of a bulge right there. And that'll happen over here as well. Now, we're gonna pretend the arm is here, but we can't see it because it's behind the body. However, as stated before, because we are big, strong, smart adults, and we have we have object permanence, we know that the arm is there. We don't have to really worry about it. If you want to draw it just to eyeball it a bit, you can. You can kind of just go, okay, it would be here, and then draw the rest of the arm sticking out. Like this. It can help. It just depends on who you are and if you need to draw that reference point. I personally do not, but that just comes with practice of looking at this kind of stuff. And then for the hand, now I will dive into the hand shape, because just how I do the foot shape, I gave it just like this little sloping triangle. I usually make the hand just this little square shape, and then I add a triangle at the end, like this, and this. And that acts as the fingers. Because the fingers, I know they're these 4 individual little wiggles, but if you're trying to do some quick sketching, if you put all the fingers together, they kind of look like this. Because see, we do have 4, like that. We do have 4 fingers, like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. But they make this little triangle shape when they're all closed together. If you look at your hand, you can see that each finger is a different length, and it comes into this little diamond triangle-esque point at your middle finger, which is your longest finger, typically. It depends on the person. Your fingers can get longer. Your fingers can be longer than they're supposed to be. Like your ring finger could be longer than your middle finger for some reason, or the same length. It just has to do with your personal hand. But commonly speaking, your middle finger is your longest. Your index finger and ring finger can be the same length. Just depends on, it actually depends on a lot of factors, but they're typically roughly the same length. And then your pinky is just hanging out. And then your thumb is even shorter. Now, I don't even have to add the thumb here right now. If I wanted to, I could just do this, like give it this other like tiny triangle like that to kind of show that it's there. But we will go into those in detail very soon. She, on the other hand, see how she's clenching her hand? Her hands are in these fists. We'll worry about that kind of stuff later on down the line. We can also see that her arm is actually behind her body like that. But we're going to be working with this body. Also, this is where my triangular looking kneecaps are going to go. And now we're going to break up the body, just like I did with the head. We're going to break up the different shapes and how people get the shapes they do. So let me just delete that. Let me just remove this as well. Goodbye. Pachoo. I'm going to copy it. Alrighty. So, since I've already drawn the face, as stated in another tutorial and earlier, I'm not going to worry about doing it. We're just going to skip straight to the neck and collarbone. Let's get this. Alright. So, as shown earlier, for the neck, it does have this tendon right here. I'm going to do it pretty quickly, though, because we've already covered it. This is just to help transition into the shoulders. So the neck is just this tube like this, and it has these tendons that come down. Let's make it a bit bigger. Here's our neck. And here's our tendons that come down like this. It's like these 2 ribbons that lay on top of the cylinder that is our neck. And that's what makes those tendon lines right here. Now, another fun fact with the neck, it's not exactly connected from just these tendons. It's connected to the shoulders through these little patches of muscle as well as skin right here that's folded over the shoulder. It's folded over here as well. So you will have these like little slopey triangles in between everything. As you can see on her, it's not as prominent, but she does have it. Let's scoot over to this side of her. You can see here that the neck isn't just a tube and these tendons, and it doesn't go straight across. It slopes like this. So that's what this is. It's our slopes. It's our little bits of muscle and skin to make it easier to move our necks. It's what gives us our 360 degree, or not 360 degree, but 360 degree rotation of our neck. Like our neck is a joystick. Ah, water. And as for shoulders, we're going to clear out how muscle works in the arms real quick. And don't just take it from me. Look up your own references sometimes if you really need to. Now, it is a little hard to find muscle sometimes, especially a super accurate definition, but looking up stuff like this will help just as well. So I pulled up a pretty good diagram of how the arm muscle is supposed to look and move. I can also grab this and pull this up. Let's do this. And this is all part of the process. You want to do this. You want to grab references to look at the underpinnings of a body so you'll know how it moves. For example, this little bunch of skin here, it's just the muscle pieces, just like here. As I went over that whole bundle of skin and muscle in the very corners of our mouths, we also have that pinched in between our shoulders and our pectoral muscles, and that gives us a rotational definition of our arms. If we didn't have these pectoral muscles and the ball joint in our arms, we wouldn't be able to rotate our shoulders around in a full circle, much like animals. Animals can't do that. They can't move their arms in like a full circle behind them. It's just not how they're built. They don't have the muscle structure for it. We do. I believe most monkeys have that, but if it's a bipedal animal, they do not have it. Their body is meant for running on all fours, not, dangling with their arms way above them and behind them on trees. That's what we are doing. That's what we are for. That's what we were made for. Thank you, Mother Nature. Nature. I can't talk today. It's been a stressful week, sadly, as we all know. But things will get better. Very hopefully things will get better. But yeah, going back to the muscle definition here. That is what this part of our arm and our shoulder and our chest is for, to help our arm reach a full circular rotation. So, understanding this, we can see it on her as well. Here's that shoulder, right here. We can see the muscle definition, this really cute little dip that it's doing right here. And then we can see the muscle on her here, and this one sticking out very slightly. She is very thin, so it's a little difficult to see on her, but we will be using this as a definition for our arm. Now, a good way to remember this design, and this is how I've always learned it, is that here's your shoulder, and it's got this little triangle connecting it for the dip of that muscle, and then it's a lot like a chain. For those of you who don't know what well, I'm sure we all know what a chain looks like, but I will draw it to help with the analogy here. The arm is shaped a lot like a chain. It's got this really interesting shape like this. Here's part of the chain right here. And then it does this. It sticks out like that. And then it has another part of the chain coming in right there. So it comes in, it's thin here, and it sticks out, much like a chain. It sticks out like this. And then here, it's clearly wide, it's broader, and it's got two parts to it. See right here. Here's that chain part. And then once again, it has that thinner part that connects right here. And it's really interesting. It's hard to see here as well because of the arm tilt, but you can see it here. Here's that chain hold. Here's the broad pieces right here. Let's make that smaller. But yeah, here's that spot where it's like sliding in here. Here's that chain hold right here. And then here's the slot, again, where it's thin. So it goes like this thin, this big boy, and then this thin boy. And they're like slid in between it. In between that forearm. It's really interesting how the arm works. And then we have the end. So using that, I will remember that this part of her arm, this part of her shoulder, is actually sticking in like this. And then this part of her arm is like this. It's got that little pad of muscle definition right here and here. Kind of like a donut. Kind of like a donut that's been squished together. We know what a donut looks like, right? This is a donut. And then you just go, you squish it, you crush it together, and it does this squishy little ring. And it's squished together. That's what this looks like almost. It looks like you took a donut and you squished it. And then you put like another half of a donut and you layered it on top of the donut right here. To kind of like squish it in. It's weird, but weird analogy, but listen, it works. And then with the elbow, it works in a similar manner. After we've got that squish, the entirety of this forearm connects to it like this. And the fun thing with the forearm is that it has its own bit of muscle right here. So it's like this little thin tube with a bit of muscle just layered on top. And the elbow is here. And much like the kneecap, the elbow looks like a little flattened, stretched out pyramid that's just been slotted on top, because that's essentially what they are. Our elbows are more like muscle, it's a bone that's sticking out, but our knees are straight up just these tiny little like bone balls. As stupid as that sounds. Because if you touch your knee, if you feel around on your knee, don't like push it around too hard, you'll hurt yourself. But if you touch it and feel it, you can feel like this little round bone. And that's kind of separated from the rest of you. It's attached by tendons and this like rubbery piece of you that lets your knee rock the way it does. Knees are really weird. Elbows aren't quite like that, though. But yeah, something like this. knees have this like separate bone called a pallida or paletta, and it has a palatar groove that lets you move your leg and slide your knee bone back and forth. It's really fun and interesting to look at. And it has these like little tendons here that lets your knee joint move back and forth, and that's what gets your leg moving. Is this the Chocobo theme? It took me a second. Oh, I just found a thing that helps. I found a chain to help explain things better. Something like this. See how everything is connected the way it is? This is sticking out like this, much like this piece. Then this is broad and flattened out, just like this piece. This sticks out here and connects, just like this piece. And then the hand kind of does this. It's a lot smaller. But this helps with the look. So that's kind of what we're thinking of when looking at this. See that chain piece? Now that you know about it? It's really cool. But bringing this over here so we can see the arm. I don't need this though. But as you can see, the arm is made up of two muscles here, right here and back here, and then this music sounds familiar. It sounds earlier. Lena's theme. Huh, it sounds a lot like da da na 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 na. Sorry, now I'm just sitting here listening to music and being weird about it. There we go. Don't mind me. Huh. My stuff did crash. That was really interesting. Whatever. I fixed it. Alright, so now that we have the basic understanding of how the arm layers itself, which is basically just these two muscles here, and then it's two more muscles that click in with it, like right here. It slides in. And then it has the elbow connect here, and it has another muscle here, just like you see here. Two muscles here, and then two muscles here. And they're wrapped around the bone. And then for the hand, we will cover in full detail, but the hand I typically treat as a sort of fan, almost, like a fan that's been cut in half, almost. Kind of like this. Where I just take this simple shape, and then I add the fingers up here, which is where they go, and then I attach the thumb here. And I will break down where each of them go, and why they go there. But that's how I typically do the hand. So I'm just going to come in right here, and I'm going to do that real quick. I'm going to be like, oh, here's my thumbs, here's my fingers, and here's my thumb. Boop, 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 boop. Done! There's my hand. And we can zoom in on that hand in a minute. As for the chest, as you can see here, we have our pectoral muscles. Since I'm going to be doing a sort of what's the term? Androgynous body type. I'm not going to really follow any masculine or feminine shape, just your standard look, which the muscles, the pectoral muscles, do just like you see here. They're these, like, almost kind of like these squarish looking circles, and they all bunch together in here. So this is our pinch point where all of that muscle gathers, and it does this. It does this very, very interesting pull into itself, kind of like a seashell almost. Very pretty music. I'm realizing that all this old music is just new music. All the new music is just old music. But yeah, it's kind of like a seashell. I'm sure we've seen what seashells look like. They're like these little... these things that are pinched right here, and then they flare out here like a little seashell or a clam. That's kind of how our chest looks, in all honesty. Same thing over here. It will do the same thing. It will have its pinch point here, and it will come out and around here and here, but it will always start in that spot. In that one little spot right underneath the elbow. Specifically, in that little pinch spot between your shoulder and your chest. So now that we know that, how does the rest of the muscles work? As we can see here, we do have a six-pack, quote-unquote. We all have this muscles? We all have these muscles that are lining under here. In here, specifically. But we do have a slight dip here, which is where our belly button is. Which typically lines up with the waist, but it can be lower. Most of the time it is lower. As you can see here, here's the lady's waist. Her belly button does drop. So wherever the waist is, feel free to find a bit of a drop point where the belly button's gonna go. About right here. So I'm going to follow that line of curve of the body, because remember, I curved it a bit. Muscles! Yes, the muscles! I'm all over here going, and then we do have the muscles, because I'm all stuffy. Talking to Leon over Discord. Don't tell anyone. He's on lunch break, so I get to yell at him and say hello, baby. Awooga, the captain! Where were you? I've missed you, Ryza. But yeah, we're gonna follow that curve. It's the Captain Ryza, and we're gonna find the belly button. And once I get to that, I'm going to kind of dip into the body, because the belly button is a concave feature of the body. I was doing uni stuff. Yumby stress. Uh-oh. I hope everything's doing good, though. Apparently there's been a lot of university returnings. Not to mention the stress of impending garbage that's happening. So I know Twitch has been a little quiet today on a lot of channels that I've visited. It's been a bit quiet today. Yumby stress. I'm sorry about the stress, though. I hope you did good, though. Knowing you, you did good. I believe in you, Ryza. I almost dropped something. Tried my best, so we'll see. Honestly, that's all you can do. Your best. And we believe in you. But yeah, I'm going to bring in the tummy right here, just a bit. We're going to dip in, and then we're going to dip back out, because that's where the belly button is. It's this concave part of our bodies. And we're going to find where the muscles are, the rest of them, because we have the chest muscles. And we have the shoulder muscles here. The shoulder muscles work the same way over here as well, but we don't see them, so we're not going to really worry about drawing them. Better at practicing stuff, not essays like this. That's fair. I've always been a prefer to do instead of like read and see. So hands-on stuff like that would be easier for me, but I don't know why. I've always been really good at tests. And I've also been really bad at everything else. High stress situations like that, I was golden. But the moment I had to do anything else, it was C's and D's, because, whoo boy. Help. But, yeah, we're gonna dip in here, where the belly button is, and we're gonna come back out. And this is going to stay androgynous, so you're gonna see aspects of masculine and feminine, just to kind of help try and cover both. I'm good at stressful practical stuff. Anything else, I suck. Yeah, I feel that. High-octane test taking? Hell yeah, I got this. Finishing homework over the night? I can't be fucked. That's just how life is. For me, at least. But now we're gonna find the muscles for this. So up here, as you can see, we have our typical six-pack. It's the pack of 3 muscles. So they go about right here. And then we have this lower abdominal 4th pair, basically. Oh, God. I ate a lemon head and it's very sour. That one was particularly sour. I'm good. I'm just dying. There we go. I am no longer dying. But yeah, the muscles seem to come in right here, and we have a fourth pair of muscles called the abdominal muscles that kind of stretch like 2 triangles. The others just seem to be like little squishy beans that are mushed all together in this like little slice here, because they seem to take on these really interesting shapes. Now, each person is different. Not every single muscle is shaped like this. Some people's muscles are shaped like this. Well, some people's muscles are shaped like this, where it's like all like leaned in like that. It's really weird and interesting at how diverse people's muscles can be. And you will actually see this in a lot of people's bodies. But typically we do have these standard hexagonal, or pentagonal looks. Because our muscles aren't just like 6 circles put together, or 6 squares put together. They're these really weird little shapes. And you can see them pretty much everywhere. At roughly the same shape. And like I said, if you need to, Google it yourself personally. Google muscle anatomy or abdomen anatomy. It will help if you yourself are looking at the shapes and following how they work. Don't just take it from some random dude on the internet. Also look into it yourself. because just a bit of self-study on how muscle definition works will go a long way, and it'll help you understand how to draw on top of the muscles and figure out how to do the body in a more practical manner. So for instance, I found this. This is another 3D rendering of what muscle looks like. And as you can see, it's fairly similar to how this guy's muscles look. As you can see, he has this really interesting little shape. It starts off like this. And then it does this weird dip down and then across. Same thing here. It has this little, a little rectangular shape. I will squeak indignantly at you. Oh, you're just gonna make me squeak and then lurk? That's so rude. Oh, I see how it is, Ryza. Alright, have a good lurk, friend. I will eek. I will eek all I want. Eek. I gotta de-stress. That is perfectly fair. Go have your de-stress and welcome home, master. I know you didn't ask for it, but I'll slap you with it anyway. Ah. Just to help you. Also, just in case Leon's listening. Because I know he was talking to me in between periods. I'm walking by. Hi, non-binary. But yeah, the muscle works similar to this. And it crosses over here. And it does this fun little dip. It does this interesting little dip here. And then it's straight here. So for her, or for this person, it would do this. And then it would dip here. So that's roughly the muscle shape. It's got this little rectangle shape here. It kind of rounds off at the edges, but it's still technically a rectangular shape. And at the bottom half, it's a triangle. From where the belly button meets, at about here. And a third of each of the way. A 1/3, like you cut it into thirds basically. You cut it into thirds across, and then you cut it into thirds with this little triangle shape to make it look like a pentagon almost. As you can see on this guy, and as you can see on this guy. These are the muscle shapes on the abdomen. Now, as stated prior, we can't really see it on her because she is very thin. But we can at least see it in these diagrams. Which, funny, you can have more than one reference. I'm going to scoot this down just a bit to help with that size, because it's a little lower. I've realized that this and this are about the same length. It's just bigger here. A little bit. Because of that dip. And then it's smaller here. Like that. So, same length here, same length here, same length here. And that's the muscles. Now, it's not just enough to have it padded out like this. And I will show you what I mean when I start drawing the definition. Now, as you can see here, we also have this really interesting muscle layering effect going on our side. You can see it here too. However, unless you're like super strong or like roided out, you don't really see that. but I will draw it here for posterity's sake. We have these, like, layers of muscle on top of each other on our abdomen, and it's what helps us rotate our abdomen, stretch our abdomen. It lets us be really vulnerable and bendy, and it's just these layers of muscles that do this just across our body. Let's see if I can find a better example of it. This is a pretty good example. Here it is. See these, like, let's do this. See these, here's the pinch point for the chest muscle. You see how the chest muscle just connects all over itself here. But then you get to here and you see these, like, different layers. And it's really interesting. And you can see it from behind here as well. Oh, I just realized it's the boss theme music. Sorry, I'm having fun. But yeah, as you can see from back here, it does that layering effect. And then from the shoulder, it has another bit of muscle laying on top to kind of hold it all together. And this is what lets us stress. This is what lets us stretch out really well. I typically don't draw this just because it's only really seen on really, really muscular bodies. There we go. Like in, like Dragon Ball Z, or like the 80s X-Men. You will see it in those art pieces. Let's see if I can't find what I mean. I can show you a bit of what, I mean. Aha! This works. You can see here, where you can see this. These, little pieces of their body. And, like, here, you can see Wolverine's, like, little lines. You see that a lot in American cartoons. Especially, like, the big, macho-looking dudes. You'll see those muscles. They're right there. And on him, they're here. So, if you're going for that kind of style, now you know why they do that. It's these muscle pieces. Only seen by, like, roided out 80s cartoon heroes. Which, I'm not hating. I loved me some 80s X-Men designs. Oop. I just realized my finger has a cut on it. I blame my cat. I think my cat got me at some point. Hold on, let me wash my hand a little bit. Owie. Owie, stingy. It sting! But yeah, we know now why that's there. And that's usually only seen for characters that are super strong, super roided out. It's to help kind of emphasize that, yes, these dudes or ladies are super fucking strong. They're so strong that you can see even their, like, side muscles. And it's really fun. It's really cool. So I'm not gonna really include it whenever I'm actually drawing the skin, quote unquote, the actual lines, the line art. I almost said live 2D. You don't draw live 2D. But I am going to add it here to kind of just show you that it is there. The muscles are there. And then it has a muscle layering on top of it from behind. Just like that. Now, moving on from that, we will go towards the hips. As you can see here, it's nothing too crazy, and we don't have to worry too much about the hip muscles. For this, since it's a masculine frame, The hip muscles actually do this, and they go into this Y shape. I've seen a lot of people call it the Y dip, which is different from a feminine frame. A feminine frame has this very squishy, round, low hip shape like this. Here's her belly button, let's say. But a man's will have this, or a masculine frame rather, will have this pretty straightforward rectangular shape, and then this Y dip that acts as the hips, while a feminine frame will have a V dip. So here's a masculine dip. It's shaped like a Y, like this. And a feminine frame is shaped like a V. We can go over that into more detail in a bit, but for now, I'm not going to worry about doing either, because this is supposed to be a kind of androgynous frame. Although it is starting to come out as kind of feminine just because my base over here is a feminine body. So I will go over this again and do a more masculine frame in a bit. But for the most part, they do share a lot of the same DNA. Now, as for legs, for the muscles, for the hips themselves, they don't do a whole lot in terms of muscles that is ever really seen if you're not drawing just straight up muscles. I'm trying to find a good reference point of it, because it's just a big piece of muscle right here. There's nothing too crazy about it. It's just layered on top. Nothing we'll ever really see in a whole lot of drawings. As you can see here, it's just this layer right here. And for the men, it's a lot smaller. For masculine frames, it will be smaller because of that Y dip. But if this was a feminine frame, it would be doing something like this. So this muscle right here would just be longer, like this. But since it's a Y dip, and I can't really show you that, maybe I could look up a feminine frame. Maybe we could find it. Well, I found a feminine frame, but it doesn't show the hips. Ow. This works pretty well. Kind of. And for those of you who actually are kind of weak at the stomach when it comes to internal organs and stuff, I really do apologize. But this is just the best way to see this kind of stuff. But heads up for those of you who are queasy when it comes to muscles and bones. I'm throwing in another one real quick, where it shows like the actual color and stuff. But as you can see here, the muscle that is usually covered by the Y, which starts at about here, the muscle comes down a lot harder and a lot bigger, which is right here. So we're not going to worry too much about adding too much detail to it, because it does this. It's just another little detail of muscle right there. Now moving on to the legs, because I want to get to them. As you can see here, the legs have these little tendons, just like the neck. They have tendons that wrap around the cylinder. So here's our cylinder of our leg that comes out like this. And it has tendons that come to about here that wrap around, much like the neck. And it happens with this leg, this leg as well. Here's the tube. And then here's the tendon. Here's that little ribbon that wraps around. And it's not just that ribbon that does it. The entire muscle structure likes to wrap around like that. And it's basically coiling around our bones. And you can see that in here. Here, I'm going to bring out another muscle piece. Let me copy it and add it like this. There we go. As you can see in here, it wraps around the whole leg like this. That little tendon. And then, of course, we have muscles wrapping in and connecting to the knee like this. But everything moves kind of inward and towards the back end of our leg right here. Everything just kind of shifts towards that direction. Or either that or towards the knee. Much like that. And then the leg itself, while it does have the bone, mainly right here, connecting here, it does have a bit of muscle padding right here. Here and here. Now, as you can see, I am going a bit quicker with some parts of the legs. Back here, the legs, by the way, work much like the arm, where it's like two pieces of muscle put together, like this. It's like two squishy muscles put together. So you will have this leg here, and then beside it, in the back, you will have that. But you can't see that, because it's behind the leg. We just see this. So you see here, the legs do technically have these two muscles, and then a really big tendon that acts like a triangle behind this little butt, this little butt of muscle here. And these are actually called your calves, I believe. Yeah, the calves. It's right here. I don't think they have a word for this, but yeah, that's the basic shape of the leg. And for the foot, just like the hands, we'll be covering them in greater detail, but for now, I'm just going to draw the ankles, the knee. The knee, once again, we don't have to worry too much about it. It looks a lot like this in terms of anatomy. So it does have that diamond shape. Even underneath, it's got those tendons connecting to each point to make this diamond shape with that bone in the middle. So keeping this diamond shape that I've done is pretty close to accurate, I would say, personally. Alright, and like I said, just like I did for the hands, we're not going to worry too much about the feet shape. We're just going to follow this, and I'm going to go, okay. So for your standard foot, I like to do the little slope, and then here's the 4 toes. There's my foot, and then I'll do it again. Here's my foot, here's my toes. Done. And we will go over them in very big detail here in just a bit. Then here's the diamond knee, where everything is connected. Connected up here, connected down here, and connected here. Much like a strap on a diamond. There we go. And that is how you do all of the muscles. Now that we have that all down, we can go over it with line art and figure out exactly how to do all of this. Now, before I go into that too much, I want to do the hands. Well, actually, I think we should do the hands and feet afterward. That way we don't focus on it too much. So now I know that sounds like a whole lot, and it is, but don't worry. We've broken it all down, and now we're going to go over it with line art to figure out what to keep and what to take away. At least what I would keep and take away. So let's color this a different color for my own sanity, because as stated before, my eyes can't really discern the different shades, So it's easier to just do that and help me see stuff better. Now we're going to go in, and just like a few weeks ago, I'm going to draw the neck like this, like so. And as we know, the neck is connected by these really thin ribbon tendons that come down here and here. And we can kind of skip this if we don't want to draw too much detail of it, but we know it's there, and that's what causes these lines to be drawn. Also, I'm going to bring this over here so we can see our lady, our lovely lady, and we can follow along with what I'm drawing on her. So as you can see right here, this semblance of a line right here, that's her tendon. And then the dip here is the other tendon, which is what I have here, here and here. And then here is this thing. It's subtle. It is very subtle on our model, but it's there. And I haven't drawn the head because I don't need to. And as you can see here, she does have shoulder blades. We all have shoulder blades. Some people don't have them visible, but I'm poking around on myself right now. I can feel mine and kind of see mine. I'm a little, mine are kind of hidden at the moment in a shirt, but yeah, we all have these. And it does this really interesting dip shape right here. And then it curves out and up. And the fun thing is, it curves up just a bit, and the shoulder blade actually meets with your shoulder. Weird, I know. But if we come up here, we can see that this shoulder blade right here comes up and stops at the shoulder. So it actually comes up and does this with the shoulder. And then here is that little slope. Remember when I said there was a triangle here? There it is. And we're going to add it to this model right here. We're going to give them that slope, because that is the bit of neck muscle that lets you rotate your head. We're just adding the bit of skin. Now you can connect these together if you wish, just like you see me do here. Because some people's collarbone, someone's collarbone really does show that prominently sometimes. And then we'll do it on this side. There's that collarbone. There's that little part of that triangle right here. And then here's the shoulder. There we go. You can't really see it because, once again, it's behind this part of the body. But now we will move on to the actual shoulders and the chest, and how to transfer that line art on top of it, and how the skin lays on top of it. Now, for posterity's sake, and for the sake of Twitch, I guess, I'm not going to be showing the nippy nips. I'm sorry. I know, people who wanted to see the nipples, I'm sorry. But Twitch said, no, nipple machine broke, can't show that shit. So I'm not going to be drawing them. Even though you can kind of see them here, but it's fine. It's male presenting, I guess. Even though I hate that term. I hate that, but whatever. We're going to follow the curve of our chest here. Now, like I said, this muscle is bunched up in this spot, and it comes in here. So it is pinched here, and it flares out. It does this little bump. Not just the females have the titty, but the males have this slight bump here, too. So we're going to add this titty right here and here. This muscular shape right here. We're going to follow it. Now, what I typically do for flat chests is I follow the curve right here, and I just kind of follow that little pinch spot. I do this, basically. And then I bring it all in here. So I dip that down, and then I go, wee! And then I follow it. Same thing here. I follow that curve. Right there. And that's how I do my chest muscle. Now I am going to bring this out so that I can see what I'm doing in a better zoom in. I'm going to bring my reference down. There we go. So we can see our chest better. And once again, I'm not going to add nipples or anything. It's going to look weird, I know, but I can't do it in good conscience. Even if I pretend and say this is a dude, it's an androgynous model, so we don't need the nips. But what I will do what I will do when I start going over different bodies for different sexes, I will explain how you position the nipple. Because if the chest is flat, it will go in a different spot than if the chest wasn't flat. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. We're going to pretend this person just doesn't have any. We're drawing a lizard. The lizard doesn't need it. So now we're going to follow that pinch right here. And I'm going to dip in just a bit, because this is what I typically do. I follow the pinch and I dip it in. I also dip this in just a bit to kind of follow the curvature of that muscle. Because as you can see here on her, there is a bit of a dip, as well as on this guy. If I were to line art this, I would do this and follow that dip just a bit to show that pinch is there. So I'm going to do the same thing for them. We're going to follow the dip. Or the pinch and the dip, basically, on the arm. Ow, I feel like something beat me. I'm just itchy today. I'm just getting chomped. Oh god, I hope it's because it's not getting warmer and, like, stuff's coming alive again. Please no. I liked the cold. I liked when the bugs were dead. I mean, I know my fellow bat tubers eat bugs, but listen, I don't. I don't want them here. Keep them away from me, please. Yeah, let us continue the arm then. So, since the muscle, the arm has these little blobs of muscle right here and here, these little boomps, I typically follow that curve. I give it this very slight bulge right here. Just like this. And depending on how muscular this person is, depends on how big that bulge is, like that. Like, say, this versus this. But for now, we're just going to keep it small. We're not here to build, we're not going to make super muscular people. We're just here to show you the most, like, common, average-looking motherfucker. So, same thing over here. Have this very subtle bulge right at the middle, because that's where the muscle is. And then we do the same thing here. Now, we know where the elbow is, so I'm going to give it this slight bump right here. This fun little dip. And then we're going to follow it as a straight line. Because this part of our arm is pretty much straight. Sure, it has like this slight bend at about here. But it's pretty much a straight line on this side of the arm. Whenever we get to the inside, however, remember that it has that slight bump out with the cylinders that I showed you. So we're going to follow it out and come in. Now, what I like to do is curve this in and then curve this out to get this very subtle S shape. So I do something like this, curvy and then curvy. But you don't have to do that, and the arm doesn't have to be that curved. You can do this as well. Something simple like that. But always make sure it has that little bit of a bump, because remember, we have muscle right here. It's right here. first off, if I was doing on this guy, I would do that slight bump of muscle here and here. Then it would go in here, which is where the elbow is. The elbow is somewhere over here from behind. And then we would have that bulb of a muscle right here again. Here and here. Coming out. And then coming back in on the wrist. And that's what we have here. If the arm was tilted a bit more out, it would look a bit more like this. But it's not. It's tilted this way. So we don't see the full bump of this part of the arm, which is about right here. Now, I know some people do this as well, where they'll, like, draw part of the muscles like this. And you can do that. I'm probably going to add this, at least, to show that muscle dip. Because see right here, this dip right here, you will see some people draw a resemblance of that, which I've put here. And I'm sure you've seen some arms do that, where they're like this. Here's the arm, and they do these like little dips right here. It's just to show off the tendons. And now that we know where all those tendons and muscle markers are, we know why people do this sort of thing in their arms. So I'm going to, now that we have the arms, I'll worry about the hands and the feet later. We'll add those after I've gone over their shapes in their entirety. But for now, I'm going to finish this part of the body. And I'm going to come in with the curve. Now, fun little fact, not all of our skin is smooth. We have a lot of bends. We have a lot of squishiness to us. That includes our hips, or our waistline, and the indents of our hips. So if you go here, at this little curve, it's not uncommon to see just a little bit of like a little bit of a boop right here. Like if I do this, it's not uncommon to see just a little patch of skin wrinkling at the waistline. Some people just naturally have these little curves right here. And it looks like this, where it literally gets squished in like this. You pinch it in and it goes boop, and it folds in on itself. Instead of just making it smooth, it looks a lot nicer to just kind of pinch all of that in like this. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Here's like, say, the push in, but what if instead you bent it, you pushed it just a bit farther. You took this and you bent it in just a bit more. That's what I'm doing here. I'm squishing that skin in just a little bit, because it doesn't matter how skinny you are, you're gonna have folds. It doesn't matter. So, even if this person is pretty slender, I'm gonna give them a bit of skin fold, because everyone has it. And I'm gonna give them their hip, which it's just a simple line follow. Same here. We could follow this if we wanted. I'll worry about that in a second, though. I want to do the abdomen. Now, for the abdomen, I don't want this person to be super muscular. We could go into super muscles later. But for now, I just want to be subtle about it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow the outline of the muscles just a bit, like this. And remember, just like here with the breast, with the chest tissue, the muscle also does this little hump thing. Because it's round and squishy right here, because it's sticking out this way. How dare you make me squeak, Daniel? Imagine if I tried to give an entire tutorial with just squeaks. I'm not that cute. But I am doing good. I am showing people how to do muscles on a body. Hee hee hee. Because it's easier to draw a body if you know where the muscles are. I will eek indignantly at you. Eek. Gonna need this VOD later. Yeah. It will be going on my YouTube, just as all the other VODs. I'm about a week behind when it comes to uploading, but don't worry. I will be continuing my uploads later today, so it'll be a lot easier for people to catch up on it. That and the VODs do stay on my Twitch for 2 weeks, so go back if you need to. But right now I'm working on the muscles. Working on a slideshow for a presentation on Friday. Ooh, what kind of presentation? Blah, 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 blah. Yawn. Bleh. Simon says, just to inform on any topic. Interesting. Any topic, you say? Oh, I also realized you PM'd me. Whoops. Yeah, I'm in mood, or I'm in stream mode, so I can't hear any of the beep-boops. Doing one on virtual reality. Nice. Honestly, you're the kind of person that would be able to pull that off. Didn't realize we were live when you sent that. Yeah, it's fine. It happens. But yeah, if anyone knows stuff about the virtual reality, I think it'd be you. You're really good at, I've seen how you make, models in Vroid. I know I keep saying VRoid, but listen. It's VR-oid. And that's how my brain hears it. Oy, I'm really yawny today, though. Blah, blah, blah. But yeah, in for the muscles. It curves just like the chest. And since I don't want this person to be super muscular, I'm not going to make it really prominent. But I'm at least going to follow the natural shapes, because I want them to look kind of muscular. And just for the sake of the art piece itself, I'm going to have it just bump a little bit here and there. I legit struggle getting my model working in VR, so it's not like my Vroid skills have anything to do with VR. No, it's fine. I think you got this, though. I believe in you. Maybe I should make a super muscular version of this person after I'm done, just to show how the muscles work. Because I'm kind of struggling here with the muscle look. There we go. That looks better. I'm just giving basic VR info. Well, still, that's info that not a lot of people know, at least that I think of. Gonna do a bit of a jump scare mid-presentation. Oh, that's rude. That's so mean. What kind of jump scare? Yee. FNAF. Aw, that's mean. But it's funny. Oh, also, fun little fact. When it comes to belly buttons, for some reason, for some weird-ass reason, well, actually, it's not weird. We actually have different belly button shapes depending on what body shape we have. So while doing the muscles, I will go over more masculine and feminine shapes like I said I would, and I'll show how that works. Right now, this is just a bite. Is that the bite of 87? Fucking Markiplier. He's a treat, but he's a goof. But, yeah, you start to line different spots like here and here to show off that muscle definition. Now, different people can do it in different ways. This is just how I tend to do it. I go for the spots where it's pinched in the most and where the muscles tend to meet, like this. and I follow that curve. Such as that. Already done with the slideshow part. Nice. Just need to make some videos real quick. Alrighty. Good luck on that. I believe in you, Dan. Pet you. Pet, pet, pet. Dan. Dan. Guess what? Guess what? You're a good boy. Ah, what? No, you pet me back. What the hey? What is this? Wah, wah. Oh, I got petted. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan, for the pet back. The good boy pet me. Oh. But yeah, for the sake of the muscle situation, I'll only do a little bit of subtle lining here and there. And maybe just a bit of subtle lining. Maybe not even that. I'm not going to worry about that. But we're going to follow that rib cage right here. And that hip right here. Like that. And to show how the tendons work with the legs, I'm going to do this as well. We're going to have this come in up here, because remember, stuff is getting pinched. This leg is getting pinched right here. Same thing here. It's getting pinched, so it's going to have that fold about here. Lunchtime! Ooh, what we having for lunch? Num num num. What we having for lunch, baby? But, yeah, the leg is going to be pinched here, and typically... Leon! Yeah, it's Dad. Typically, when drawing more realistically, you can actually follow this tendon, like this, and have the leg come out like this. It has this really interesting, this really interesting shape where the leg will actually follow this tendon, and it will have a line here. I've seen some people draw this. Let's see if I can't... Chicken butt. Got him! Let me go find what I can show you for the leg. I want to see if I can find a leg without the muscle showing. Here we go. This is a really good painting reference for it, made by this person. Apparently they are on Twitch. I believe it is TBCH02. And they paint, it seems, but I'm going to use their reference for a leg to show you how the muscles work. As you can see here, it has this very strong dip right here, and that's that tendon that I've been showing you, and then it curves up into the rest of the body right here. So I'm actually going to start with the knee, which, like I said, keep that diamond shape. I'm going to bring this down here so we can see what I'm doing. Keep that diamond shape with the knee. That very interesting curve. Oh, can't wait because I'm busy potty training, but have a silent lurk. Okay. Oh, and stretch wings. And, Dan, you're not new. I'm going to eat a little snack too and get a sip. You are not new, Dan. But for those of you who are new, who have do the redeems, I'm doing the redeems. I'm sippy timing, and I'll get a snack, and I'm going to introduce myself. For those of you who are new, Daniel, I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I love to do art, as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. How are you guys doing? And now I eat a little snack. Hum nom nom. I do art? Do I? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Also, I don't know if you saw, but I'm gonna share this fun little thing that I drew last night, and I am very proud of, and finished. Oh wait, I think you did see, because I sent it to you. Well, you get to see it again. Because I am very proud. Look at this boy. Look at this hot motherfucker. Look at this absolute daddy. Yeah, and he's hot. Absolutely love this man. Pet him. Absolutely love it. Okay, but as you can see from this person's painting, we can see that curve, which I'm going to add to my picture. And since I have the knee, we can follow that curve here. And then follow it in here. Let's see, how do I do this? Let's see, make it a little bigger here, and then curve it here. And that is the muscle. It's got that little bulge right here, that tendon here. And that's typically how the leg works. It has this really interesting curve right here, and this tendon. And then here's the knee. And then it comes up and meets the groin area here. So something like this. Sorry, it's a little hard to do at this angle. Because the angle is kind of hidden. There we go. Something like that. Then let's follow that diamond. Now, I like to keep this part and this part of the knee open, just because that's how it looks to me. But I've seen other people draw their knees with just lines with like this. And that's perfectly valid as well. However, the way I do knees nowadays is I like to do this. I like to add both. But that's just how I personally do it. And then for the leg, we curve it in, back here. Like that. This part of the leg still looks really funky. Let's see if I can't fix that. The tendon just does not want to show. There we go, that's as good as I'm gonna get it. And I will leave this open for the hand, because I will be drawing the hand later, after I've gone over how it all works. Have a good day, Dan. Yeah, have a good day, Dan. I love you, kiddo. Ahoy! Welcome back, Reza. Did you have a good food, possibly? Or whatever you were doing? Because I don't think you ever said what you were doing. Alright, but now I'm going to draw the other knee, and I'm going to draw my little piece right here. As you can see here, I'm just going to do it here. where it's sticking into the body just a bit. And we're going to follow that curve of that muscle right there. Went in distress. Oh, right. That's right. You went to go de-stress in the shower. And then I follow the rest of the muscle on the leg up. Like this. And just like this leg, there is a tendon right here, hanging out. And if it was front-facing, it'd be pretty easy to see that tendon, like this. It'd be right here. However, we are not front-facing. Both legs are turned a little bit, so it's a bit difficult to see and draw perfectly. But it is there. It's hanging out. And now we go down to this part of the leg. We draw this as a straight line because this is a pretty flat surface of the leg. Also, Leon! Oh yeah, Captain. We got to finally see Leon's full body. He's a beautiful baby. But yeah, this is kind of straight. I typically actually curve them just a little bit like this, just to add a bit more dynamism, because remember, a straight line, it's kind of boring, but if you keep everything just a little curved, it looks nice. I cried when he showed me a little, oh, and then you pet Leon. Here, let me pet your words. Pet you. It's glorious. Love full body Leon. Yes, we all love full body Leon. He is a beautiful, beautiful man. Oh, and fun little fact, we have ankles that are right here, sticking out as almost like little joints. Similar to our knees, they're shaped like diamonds, but they're more sticking out like this. Here, let's go look at some anatomy on ankles real quick. Let me go find some legs. And it just depends on your art style on whether or not you want to show your ankles pretty well, but it is the bone of your what is it? Not your femur. Of your lower leg, basically. Here, I'll show this. Oh, this is actually a pretty good way to show off that leg curve as well. As you can see here, there's that tendon right there. And then we've got our knee diamond right here. But down here, where the ankle is, you see that little curve. And that is because that is one of the bones that are sticking out at the bottom here. Because we have these really interesting bones that... Remy! Oh my god! Remy, hi! Hello, welcome raiders! Holy crap! I was not expected to be blasted! Welcome, hello! Hi, for those of you who just tuning in and who don't know who I am, my name is Desmond Dracula. I am a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I love to draw, as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes. How are all of you guys? How is your stream, Remy? Remy is a good bean. For those of you just coming in, if you want to make your watch count, you can consider following that little link there just a bit more. And let's give Remy a nice little... Give him one of these.
Yes, elder son. But oh my god, we're gonna rob more graves.
Remy, you're a little grave robber. That's so good. Playing Spiritfarer and cried a bit. Oh, what kind of game is that? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Let me look it up. Hold up. Spiritfarer. Yeah, I have never seen this game before. What's it about? If you don't mind, like, giving a tiny synopsis. I'm not asking for, like, a full summary, but just what do you do in it? That sounds interesting. Lamal grave robbing. That boy was grave robbing. It's really good. Very sad though. Oh. It's about sending spirits to their side. Oh, that sounds interesting. And I could see where it gets very sad, actually. Definitely worth playing. Oh, I might look into it. But yeah, today, Raiders, for those of you who have dropped in on me and said hello, I am teaching people. I'm teaching my beautiful, lovely little chat how to draw. Specifically, we're going over how to draw the body, the anatomy of a human body, and the shapes that it makes up. As you can see here, I've drawn the way the body is shaped. Because we're all made of tubes and circles and these weird little cylinders. And then I layered on top of it the muscle structure, showing them the basics of how it could be laid out, along with a bunch of different references, because I always preach, use references. I don't care who you are, use references. References are always good for you. Definitely worth playing, though. I may look into it. Love all my tube circles and cylinders. That's all we are. Just a bunch of tubes, rectangles, and cylinders. Kind of gives me a Before Your Eyes vibe. Before Your Eyes is so good. It's such a good game. If it's like that, then that'd be really interesting to look at. Hello there! Thank you for the follow, SKFox152. Ayo. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Very sweet of you. But yeah, that's the muscle structure, and I've broken it down for those of you who are interested. You can watch the VOD later. If you miss the VOD on Twitch, I upload everything on YouTube, which is permanent, hopefully. Unless YouTube slaps me with something. What I'm seeing from the preview video I watched. Okay. Then yeah, Leon, you can show me that stuff later. But now I'm going over the line art. And how I typically put the outer layer, I guess, over all of these muscles to make stuff look cohesive. When I get home. Yeah. And right now we're talking about ankles. So scandalous. Oh my goodness. Girl, she's showing her ankles. I was watching Taro Chi earlier. So now I keep talking like Taro. Hello there. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Oh man, my eyes went crossed. Abel Amaranth VT. Thank you. And welcome to the Bat Shop. Bat Cafe. That's what it is. I almost said Bat Cave. I'm like, no. That's Hora shtick. I can't take Hora stuff. That's rude of me. But yeah, the Bat Cafe, because I am a butler and I serve tea. Oh, I see Captain Ryza knows you. Yeah, the Bat Shop. The Bat something with a bat in it. Captain Ryza. Welcome home, Master. Oh, for the new peeps, I see how it is. And for those of you who are also... Why this? And also for the ladies... Welcome home, mistress. I am a butler. Oh, hello there. Hello there, Usagi Heaven, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. I am your humble bat butler. And I will welcome you all home. Mecha bot. Listen, look at my nails. Say I'm a bottom without saying I'm a bottom. We know what these mean. Anyway, true. Hey, Leon, don't call me out. Teehee. Oh, we do. It is actually this. Here, I will send it out just so people can see it. It's this. Welcome home, maestre. And it's a word I actually came up with because there isn't, sadly, not a whole lot of non-binary terms for a lot of titles, which I think is bullshit, so I made up my own. Because screw the binary. Good. So they're all the same redeem price, so they're all at the bottom, you can see them. So just pick whichever one you want to hear in your pronouns. I'm glad it's cool. I wanted it to sound... Oh, thank you, Usagi. Blush, blush. Ah. You flatter me. But yeah, now we're going to work on the scandalous ankles. Now, for a fun little fact to know how to position ankles, let's just do a quick little sketch here. When drawing the leg, this is what I typically do. Here's my little knee, here's my leg, and here's where my ankles are gonna go. Here's my foot, all that good stuff. I know that was a quick little thing, but let's just flip it over. Let's pretend this is our person standing here doing their thing. Now, in order to figure out the angles on the ankles and the knees, I have always used this rule, and it helps me pretty well. When looking at a leg, I picture this little angry face, this little angry little boy face. He's angry. Desmond is amazing, very creative, does a great role playing, is a good bean. Captain, thank you. You make me cry. But, I need to stop crying. But when looking at my legs, I look at this angry little bean boy. And this is what I use to apply to this. And I add the angry little eyes to the knees here. And for the ankles, you add the angry little mouth. And this is how you know where the ankle bones go. So if I were to apply this angry little boy's angry face, you would see that the leg, here's the foot. The ankle would actually be here, and then it would be up here, a little higher on the inside. Desmond's absolutely amazing. Every way I may be biased. Leon. Thank you. Why are you guys being so nice? I'm just drawing a little angry. But, yeah, I like to add this angry little boy so you know that the ankle on the inside right here is actually raised up a bit. So I can do that over here. I'll know that the ankle here goes up and then the ankle here goes down because this is where our angry little face is. Like that. So here I will go, okay. Now let me scoot my face up a bit actually because it's over the foot. There we go. Hey, yo! Not gonna lie, you sound like an anime character. Ah! I do? Well, now I'm blushy. Weh. Am I wrong? I don't know. Do I sound like an anime character? Oh my goodness. Weh. I haveth returneth. Welcome, Himiko. I'm over here blushing. Because people are saying I sound like a cute little anime bat boy, and I'm like, weh. Also, you're allowed to draw. You're allowed to draw me. I welcome it. Oh, hello, Alapi. Welcome, welcome in. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. The lovely beans from Remy Stream. Yes, Remy dropped in and said hello. I'm gonna give Remy one more little shout out there, because Remy is amazing. There they be.
Just here to spook me. Oh.
Deliberately preserved heads from Mesopotamian marshes.
No, Jesus.
Such
Okay.
cultivated minds kept in permanence by getting dried under the scorching sun with methods now
I haven't
lost
heard
to
that
us.
one since I played Alien.
As well as the sun,
It
they were
still
believed
gets
to be
me, bro.
symbols of knowledge.
No.
That's so
Oh, I hate
mean.
that. I was looking at this head and I was expecting it to jump scare me, and you did that, bruh.
The fart jump scare, though. That's so cruel. But yeah, let's get back into this. Onto our angry little ankles. Your being deserve so much. Agreed. Deniably, Remy, you are adorable and very sweet, and thank you very much for trusting your community with me, while I show them such scandalous and lewd pictures such as ankles. Oh no. Sweats, wipes brow, ankles. We got jump scared by a fart in a vent and alien. Oh, that's the context. That's funny. I'm sorry, Remy. I'm sorry people did this to you. Nosebleed incoming. Ankles. It is Leon. It's the bear. It's the beautiful Bubby Bear, and I love him. Mwah. My lovely bear. But yeah, now we're going to draw the ankles. We're going to show off that little bump where that bone is. As we know, there's a little bone right here. And this is sticking out. And that is the ankle. That's the ankle bone right there. It's doing the same thing over here, but we can't see it because the foot is turned. And then I'm going to follow up, and I'm going to curve over that muscle that I showed you guys. Whee! And remember, because the leg is a tube, two tubes technically, this tube and then this tube, where the tubes are sticking out right here, it goes up about a third of the way up the leg. I legit laughed so hard I got a headache. It was amazing. That sounds amazing. I don't think I've ever laughed that hard before. That sounds incredible. Forgot about squimsh. Ankles are all we need. Ankles. Why have all this thighs and the squish and boomba and and tum? Ankle. We need ankle in our lives. Alright, and because I showed you how the little angry boy works, we know that this ankle on this side, it sticks out a bit higher than this one. You see how this one's just a bit lower? This one's raised a bit higher because of how that angry boy works. And then, it's just like here, we draw the... if I could draw it, we draw around the muscle, and then we come back in. Now, I did promise that I would show you how to draw the hands and the feet separately, because they are their own beast. So before I draw them in their entirety here, I'm going to give you a fun little crash course on how hands work. So let's grab out a new brush. And for those of you who have hands, and not like tentacles or fins or whatever, you can look at your hand and you can see the basic shapes. I've taught you everything is made of shapes. And for me, my hand, oh, there we go. My mouse didn't want to work. But for me, my hand is made up of this cute little square. And connected to that square is the wrist to my hand right here. Inclusive king, you're welcome. And then we have this that I will stretch out to add as fingers. For me, my fingers are roughly the same length as my palm, like this. However, those aren't the only hands you will see. There are actually 4 types of hands, I believe. You can have short, squat little palm and short, squat little fingies, like me. Weh! Thank you. I hope I'm inclusive. I try my best. But you can have a short, squat little palm like me, and short, squat little fingies. You can have a short, squat little palm, and then like super long, elegant fingies. You can have super long palm and squat little fingies, which that hand looks probably kind of silly. And then you can have long palm and long fingies. But for now, I'm just going to work with my hand, which is just what you most commonly see. This guy also has just a square little palm and a square little fingies that match the same length. If you want to make a character a lot more spindly looking, you'll want to make the fingers longer than the palm, for instance. But for now, we're just working with the basest ass, common ass, based hand shape, I guess. Tiny bunny paws! Human hands are much bigger to me. That is very cute. Tiny bunny paws. That is precious. Tiny bunny. Tiny Banoonie paws. Now, as we all know, we have 4 fingers, so I like to chop up this second square to show off where each finger is. Taro! Tarochi! Welcome, the Banoonie. Yeah, we have another Banoonie in here named Usagi, and they have tiny Banoonie paws, and that is adorable. Yes, it's Taro! Everyone dance for Tarochi. A very good bean. I was lurking in his channel and watching him play a game called Martha is Dead for a while. While I was drawing, no one tell anybody. Yes, everyone dance for the Tarochi Banoonie. But yeah, the fingers are usually half like this. And depending on how you want to position the thumb can come out kind of like this little triangle shape right here. And then it can stick out like this. And then we will break out the actual shape of the fingers and the hands. So many good beans. Yes, good beans. You know I always got you live when I'm live. Hell yeah. I heard we just have each other pulled up and we're lurking while we're playing games and drawing. But this is the basic shape of a hand, and I'm going to break it out to show you how to shape it a bit better. It's our aesthetic. Supporting each other is my aesthetic. But we all know that our fingers are also different lengths as well. So I'm going to shorten those up. And you'll see that the pinky is a lot shorter than everything else. The thumb is technically the shortest, then it goes pinky, and these two can typically be the same length. Tarochi, bitch. Okay, I've already done my intro for the annoying the homies is my aesthetic. Alright, I've already done my intro for the lovely raiders, but I will do it again. And for the lovely new Banoonie who joined us, named Tarochi. I am Desmond Dracula. I am a vampire butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I love to draw, as you can see here. And now I'm teaching others, as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes. Tarochi! You freaking dork. There you go. Are you satisfied? World build Dussy. Yes. Dude, Tarochi's a fucking mood, dude. We love him in this house. We stan Tarochi in this house. Alright, so now that we have the basic idea of the hand's shape, and size, I suppose, we can go over the details here. Because once again, hands are stupid to draw sometimes. But that's why we have references. Not to mention, you have your own body to do this with. If you need to, you have this is one hand, you have another hand at your disposal. Stare at it. Take into account how your thumb moves. Watch your fingers wiggle. Like, get a visual inventory of how each of your knuckles moves whenever you flex your fingers up into hands derogatory. You right, though. Try to pop by Tato streams when I can. Hell yeah. Hands canceled. Agreed. Canceled hands. But yeah, your personal hands are your best references. Because I can only draw so much, but you having those references on hand will help you much more than I ever can. I hear boss music. Why do I hear boss music? I feel like Leon is staring me down for some reason. I am scared, guys. I'm a hand adorer. Drawing hands is Pog. Nice! Yeah, hands, I've heard hands, JoJo reference. I've heard hands are extremely hard to draw. Nowadays, I can just bust them out, like, but I didn't know art had boss fights. Yeah, hands are the boss fight. Feet are the other boss. Next is drawing bicycles. Drawing anything that's a vehicle is another boss fight. Because fuck that. I still don't know how to draw a bicycle, and I'm too scared to ask at this point. But that's what references are for. I can just pull out a picture of a bike, draw the bike, and then forget what the bike looks like. Drawing horses is the final boss fight. Yeah, horses, trains, bicycles, cars. Honestly, we should kiss the ground that artists walk on if they can draw a fucking mech. Those motherfuckers are something else. Because that is some detail, but we're not here to worry about that today. Today we're looking at hands. But yeah, squish around your own little hands. Photorealistic Kermit is the final boss fight. I hate that. I actually hate that. Ryza, you cursed fiend. But now we're going to round out this little boy. We're going to detail this hand out a bit. So once again, we're gonna draw a square, but you see now, I'm kind of curving my ends here. Because the hand isn't a perfect square, it's got these round little edges. Kind of like a combination of a square and a circle, almost. And the wrist does the same thing, it curves with the, it curves with the arm. It curves with the hand, I mean. The arm curves with the hand. Same thing with the fingers will curve. I thought you were just gonna leave it at we should kiss, and I was gonna fully accept that. I'm gonna graciously accept kisses from both Desmond and Yuko. No, I only give and accept platonic kisses from very close friends and, well, not even close friends. Family? Question mark? I will accept kisses from Leon, though. Mwah. I will give him kisses, too. Mwah, mwah. I'm not really a big kisser. As weird as that sounds, I'm not really one on showing outward affection all that often, but when I do, we do love Leon. Leon's a sweet bear. Also, Raiders, and those who have newly followed, Leon is the bear that lives with me, aka my beautiful husband and love of my life. And I drew his full body yesterday. Look at him. Look at this absolute fucking unit. Look at this boy. Blessed. Let's go. Yeah, look at this fucking gorgeous being. This fucking alpha this absolute daddy. Listen, Tarochi, I'm about to fight you for that Discord kitten position. Aw, Leon, baby. Pet, 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 pet. Everyone pet Leon. Type 1 in the chat to pet Leon. Leon is daddy. It was funny watching everyone on Twitter when I posted this yesterday to just be like, sweating. There you go. Yes, we are all petting Leon. 1 equals 1 pet. Here, I will pet him for you guys. There you go. Pet the Leon. There you guys go. I pet him for you. We will, baby. Have fun at work, my love. But I just realized I've just been preaching references this whole time. I could just Google hand references. What am I doing? And now I can show them to you. This guy's hand can work. I'm gonna thief this person's hand. There it is. Here's our little reference here. So this is what I'm drawing first. This outside here. So as you can see here, the hand does have this kind of squarish shape, but also this like really roundish shape. It's a square, but it's got rounded off ends right here. I am shrimping. Also nice boots. Where does the squircle go? Where does the squircle go? That's right, in the square hole. I absolutely love that video. That's one of my favorite memes I've ever seen. That's right, in the square hole. Where does the triangle go? That's right, it goes in the square hole. But as we can see here, the wrist sticks out just a bit here. This person's wrists specifically has their bone sticking out a bit, but we're not going to be worrying about that too much, because it seems like it's just the angle they're on. On this part of the hand, it doesn't do that. Actually, that's a better idea. Let's do this. I'm going to flip it over, and I'm going to draw it this way instead. So as you can see, it's a squircle. It's a square circle, as Captain so eloquently put it. Bear bit, gonna go dry my hair. Alright, have a good hair dry. And then as you can see here, here is the wrist, which is right here. It sticks out and starts curving out just a bit. But how are we gonna get all this other crazy stuff happening? As we can see over here, the thumb has this triangle shape, and then it's connected to this little tube. Our fingers are just little tubes, basically. And we remember how we're just... Squircle was Remy's idea. Oh, nice. I love Squircle. Remy, I love Squircle. It's a beautiful word. What context did you use the word Squircle in? Because now I'm curious. Because Squircle is definitely appropriate to what I'm drawing here. Let's clean this up just a bit. Clean up my messes here. When you described the hand. Oh! Oh no, I didn't even see that! Where's the Squircle? Oh, it's way up there. Oh my gosh. Squircle. That's beautiful, though. Good on you. It is a Squircle. But as we can see here, the thumb, I gave it this kind of triangle. It looks like a half of a square, actually. You know how you can draw your little square and then cut it in half? It kind of looks like that. It's a little half square triangle thing. And we're going to follow that shape into the tube. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to come in and connect it like this. Just like how you see here. That little triangle part. Right here. And then we have the tube coming out. Now, it's not just a tube when you described the hand. Oh, wait. that's not it. But in order to figure out the actual weird, wonky shape of the finger, it's not just a tube. It's like a series of 3 tubes layered on top of each other. But you don't have to worry so much about all 3 of the little dents here, unless you're going for something really realistic. It's usually okay to just kind of picture the finger as its little tube. Know that it can be pretty bendy in these 3 spots, but unless it's specifically bending, you don't have to worry about it. They can just kind of rest for the moment. Right now, our fingers are kind of stretched out and resting. But the finger also has these like little caps on top. Because for so far, I've just been drawing tubes like this. But picture like a little half circle that's been kind of squished on the top. And squish it in there, slot it in, because if you look at your own finger, you'll see that the top of the finger does this. It has this very straight, narrow line, and then it curves really hard at the bottom. And this is actually where your nail bed is sitting. So the finger will always have this little point where the nail bed is. Right here. So you will see that on the thumb as well. So when drawing the thumb, we have this point where the nail is, coming right out, off of that tube, right here. And we will do that with the other fingers. Now, since we're only seeing them from the top, we will have them round, but I will show you what they look like when we turn the hand. Because see, if we look over here, see this guy's fingers? They have that little... that straight look, and then that really hard curve. But we will work on that in just a bit. Right now we're working on the thumb. Now, the thumb, for those of you who are paying attention to the proportions, as I've been showing, like with the elbow to the waist, the head to the groin is the same length as the legs, all that good stuff. The thumb is always going to be the same length to your knuckles. So if you're holding your hand closed, your thumb will always be at around knuckle height. I made this thumb a little longer just because I tend to like to make more long, elegant fingers because that's just my style, so I'm gonna have to make it a little more stumpy. Hi Desmond, hope your day's going good. Jacko! Hello Jacko, how are you? My day is going great. I'm showing everyone how to draw a hand. Hands are dumb and hard and stupid, and I apologize for drawing hands. But yeah, the thumb will always go roughly in tandem with where the knuckles are starting. And if you look at your hand and you close your thumb and stretch it, boba, boba, hi. Doing alright, kinda tired, but work is done for the day, so it's time to vibe. Nice. My thumbs are ridiculously long, it seems. Yeah, not everyone's thumb is going to reach their knuckles. This is just a general rule of thumb. But, this isn't a hard and fast rule. People's fingers are different. It seems more like the thumb is typically knuckle length when the fingers are the same height as the palm, perhaps? Because the thumb will typically go here, maybe a little longer. But yeah, it's not a hard and fast rule. It's all up to you and how you want your characters to look. Because if you're going to be drawing a concept of a character, you can actually differentiate their looks, not by their hair or even by body shape. You could go hand. If you wanted to draw a character's hands, you could figure out who is who by just finger shape, slenderness, finger length, any, like, if their tips are square or not. Because you can have, like, this really feminine, like, very thin, slender point going on. Or you could have this really broad-stroked, clearly a miner, or a warrior, someone lifting heavy stuff where their fingers are, like, really stubby. And maybe they don't even really have nails. You can really work with that kind of stuff. And it's how you add diversity to your characters. And it's how you add diversity to your hands. But for now, like I said, we're just working with common stuff. I do plan on going back, specifically to the faces, because faces were what I worked on first. And I am going to go, this is different shapes you can do. And then I will do that with the body as well. But yes, we will look at the fingers now. And as stated, the fingers do this little, like this little mitt point. Highest point is your middle finger here, and it does this little triangle shape, but the triangle's kind of wonky because it fits a little bit way over here, and it doesn't take into account this space. There's a lot more space here than here, as you can see. So we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to figure out that general shape. And that's a better way to go about fingers than like trying to figure them out individually. Figure out how they're going to look in a mass together. Because more often than not, your fingers aren't going to be spread away from each other unless you're doing this really dynamic pose. They're going to be just hanging out next to each other. They're all going to be this conglomerate. So we're going to have our little fingies as a conglomerate hanging out. There's my little fingies. And then I find my 4 spaces to figure out where to slot them. And that's typically what I do for my hands, which is why over here you saw me draw my hand like this. I did this little thing, and then I just went, here are the fingers. And then that was it. That's because your fingers are all kind of all following the same path most of the time. They're all hanging out with the same neighbors here and there. Unless you're doing a very specific pose. Like you're pointing, or you're holding a staff a certain way, or like a wand. Your fingies are usually going to just chill with each other. And for the last part, we're actually going to do the hand padding. Our squishy little beans in our hand, which is in here. Now, a general rule I like to follow is I remember these little lines right here, because whenever you fold your hand, that's the skin that starts to fold first. You don't have to draw both. You can just draw one if you want, just to show that it's there, if you're going more simple. But if you want to remember everything, remember that it starts with the pinky. There's this cute little circle under your pinky that we can't see, and it's where this line comes from. And then underneath that one, next to your index finger, there's another one that comes out. Just like that. And these 2 little, like, crisscrossy, ziggy-zaggy tubes right here, they kind of look like this if you're not paying attention. It's like a little triangle here, and then a little tube here. And they act as little lines to help you bend your fingies. Underneath those, we actually have a butt on our hand. Our hand has the tiniest little butt. So I'm going to remember the line here for my finger, and my line here. That looked awful. Let's do that again. Here's that line, and here's this line. And then our hand has a butt. Starting at the thumb, remember our pectorals that had that pinch? It works similarly here. There's a pinch here, and the muscles all spread out from here. And it's gonna look like this, like a little balloon, or like a rain cloud, like a raindrop. We all know what a raindrop looks like. So it's like a little raindrop right here. But we have a second raindrop that starts here, near that line, close to the pinky. It's a little thinner, but it's there. And there we go. We have a butt on our hands. We literally have a butt hanging out on our palms. Just chilling. Who knew we had a butt on our hand? I did. So we're gonna add that here. We're gonna add our butt. There it is. Let's clean that up a bit. Nice, right? The hand has a butt. Nice. We secretly have butts on our hands. Yes, if you squish your thumb to your pinky, you will see the butt. But yeah, here's our hand. And here's our little butt. Now, if we want to draw the other side of the hand, if we want to flip that, which I'm going to, just for the sake of it. There we go. I'm going to flip that. I'm going to erase everything I've done up to this point. You know what? I'll keep the fingies and the thumb, but I'll erase the underside of the hand. I'm going to erase the butt. I'm sorry. It had to be done. Now, Chatot hands have mouths, so butts aren't a far stretch, I guess. That's a lot of didn'ts in one sentence. Yeah. I meant to say didn't teach me, but didn't realize I didn't add the didn't part. Nice. I knew what you meant. They didn't teach me that in school. They didn't teach you had butts on your palms. What the frig? But now we're going to look at the hand on the other side. So, as before, I'm going to draw our little squircle, as Remy so eloquently put it for us. Thank you, Remy. And then Captain stole. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Captain. I know you're not a pirate in where it matters. Oh, right. Another fun little thing. The thumb. You know how I said it's usually knuckle length, maybe a little taller. Its connecting part, as you can see here, will generally be halfway up the hand. So, like, if you cut your hand in half like this, I mean, don't actually cut your hand in half, that would hurt. You would deny us the butts. I'm sorry, I erased the butt. You can write a twit longer about me. I'll accept it. I know I'm not good. Unfollow me now, I get it. But yeah, the thumb will always come about halfway to the knuckle right here. The tip will start, and then when coming down, you bring it about halfway across the palm. I erased the butt, so Ladyface had to leave. She had to go. Have a good lurk, though, Ladyface. But since that whole little excursion with the whole thumb thing, about how it's halfway up the palm, which is something I forgot to explain, we will now do the fingers on the other side. So up here, you can see it's the curve. There's my little mitt. And the way the knuckles work, you know how I showed you how knees work? And elbows? You know how they're like these little diamonds that just kind of chill? Guess what knuckles are? They look like little baby kneecaps, almost. They're like tiny little knees. So whenever I draw knuckles, I typically just draw those little diamonds. And as you can see here, we do have tendons in our hands that can show up very prominently, especially on this guy. This hand model that we have, his tendons are showing pretty well. So you can do that, because as you can see here, here's the dip of that little knuckle right there, that little diamond. So if I wanted to, I could do this. Have my tendons showing pretty hard, but I typically don't do that. That's not what I do. I've seen a lot of art styles do that, especially when you're drawing, like, for some reason they do it on really masculine figures, but I typically don't do it. You can, if you want to, look up hand references, look up hand tendons, how the anatomy of the underpinnings of a hand, and figure that out. And I know you can do it. Let's look up hand anatomy real quick. just so we can see the underpinnings of the palm. I can't find any pictures of that could help me with this. But yeah, I typically see the knuckles as little kneecaps, basically. My god, they are. Hands have many kneecaps. This has shifted the way I look at it. Or they could be tiny shoulders. But for the most part, they're just tiny kneecaps. You're welcome. I'm sorry. I have... I just keep ruining people's perspectives. I'm sorry. Himiko, it's okay. But yeah, we technically do have these little tendons coming in like this on the palm of the hand. And they all reach to a point here, so they all end up doing this. But if you don't want to draw that, you don't have to. I personally don't. But I will have them here for the sake of the image. Like this. And show that they all come here. There we go. Now, once again, how do I draw the fingers? Well, here they are. If I want to make these round and shaped, let's bring this in. And let's try some line art. Himiko, you're precious. Okay, I'm gonna turn this on to make it easier. Which, this is just my symmetry ruler. Symmetry ruler on Clip Studio Paint is amazing because it lets me draw mirror images of stuff. Oh, hello there. Hello, Melissa in 1870. Thank you for following. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. Have a nice little sit down. There we go. Okay. But yeah, I turned on the symmetry tool to make this a little easier for me. Because I'm going to draw the outline of my hand first. So I'm just going to follow. It's not going to look completely correct on this side. Because this side of the hand, they're not like completely in line with each other. But it's fine. I am going to just follow what I put down like this. To make sure they all stay the same length. And as you can see, I'm just following what I set down. And remember that thumb does this straight line here, and then that curved line here. So I'm going to follow this little tip, and I'm gonna curve it. Like a little lemon, like the edge of a lemon. You know what lemon slices look like. It's like half of a lemon slice. We're going to follow it, and then we're going to meet the palm halfway. And then I'm going to connect it to the fingers right here. That looks a little wonky. Let's do that again. Now remember, I'm just outlining. And the fingers, I'm going to do this. Because they are round. If we look at our fingers, if we look at this guy's fingers, you can see that they are very round. Our finger is round to a tip, like that. And as you can see, this is longer than these. These are roughly the same length, and this is really short, with this one being even shorter. Now, as stated, not all fingers do this. Some of the times, this finger is longer, and this finger is like down here, while other times, this finger's up here, and this finger's down here. And you can actually tell, I'm sure you've heard of the term, like, masculine hands or feminine hands or whatever. For me, when I say that, I more mean the finger length, because for some weird-ass reason, men's hands, more often than not, have a shorter index finger. So let me go back in here and draw this again, because it looks a little wonky, and I wanted to fix it. There we go. So for some reason, here, let's draw our index finger first. Get that cute little half circle in. And let's draw our middle finger. For some reason, masculine hands will always have a ring finger that's like this, where it's longer than the index finger. But if it's a feminine hand or a female's hand, it'll always be lower, which is really weird. And people can't, science doesn't really know why. They have theories on its testosterone levels and all that stuff. Like if you have more testosterone, it makes your ring finger longer than your index finger. It's a really interesting subject. But that's another thing you can do if you want to show, like, say you have a kind of masculine lady and you want to, like, I don't know, put that kind of stuff in. You can give her, like, a longer ring finger than index. Just the little details. It's really cool. But yeah, fun fact, my index finger is actually a lot shorter than my ring finger. My ring finger is almost as long as my middle finger, actually, which is really wonky to look at, but whatever. I got slapped with the mega testosterone, I guess. I don't know. But for the sake of just keeping our hand androgynous and not all that crazy stuff, I'm going to just keep the finger like that. And then I'm going to give it like this. So I just followed the outline. You don't have to follow the outline. You can draw the fingers one at a time. I just did that so I could keep my symmetry tool working. And now we're going to go in here and actually draw the inside of the hand. I don't like this remix. I need to switch the remix. Give me just a second. I always skip the remix. Goodbye, remix. There we go. But for the inside of the hand, we will draw that butt. I'm gonna flip it over. But we're gonna draw the butt. Right here. Boop. There's one part of that butt on our hand. You can add a couple more lines if you want, just to really show that it's got its butt going on. Maybe like this. And if you want to, you can also draw just a little bit of the line here as well, just to show off the underside of that palm. As we can see here on this guy, we can see the underside of the palm line here, and the palm line here. And then I just like to do this little dip. Ah! Yes, Dan! Hello, Dan, how are you? What do you have in your hands? What are you holding? Uh-oh. Daniel! Alright, you promised to do that, but still, be very careful with those, okay? They're very hot. You are my good wolf son, and I must protect you, and make sure you don't burn yourself. So please be very careful with those. If Leon would hear, he would say the same thing. Be very careful. Okay. I'll still worry just a little. But that's because I'm your dad. Alright, so we have that part of our hand. We have this line now, just because this little guy has them right here. And now I'm going to add the fingers. Now, how I'm going to add... You better be careful, Dan. I know where you sleep in Minecraft. Yeah. Yeah, I went there. I will get Leon into the server. I will get him whitelisted, just so the next time you come on, he can be standing there in your room waiting to give you a stern talking to if you're not careful. Yeah. I'll have chalky milk and peanut butter at the ready. Good. Peanut butter is very good for you for that kind of situation. But yes, please be careful. Alright, now for the way of the hand. When connecting the fingers, you can see that there's this little circular angle, this like little crescent shape where the fingers connect. Because the fingers don't just connect on a straight line like this. There's this kind of curve where the fingers connect. Kind of like that. I can draw hands. I can actually draw hands. Me, I can draw hands. I thought it was just a joke. No, I can actually draw hands. Gonna see me pull out a cool little freestyle hand? I can do it. Boom! Freestyle hand. This is evil voodoo. No. It's just called knowing the shapes and practicing the shapes over time. Cuz remember how I say artists like to tote the word, "Oh, you just got to practice." My bat powers. I am using my bat powers, you're right. But I hate when artists tote around, "Oh, how do I get better as an artist?" And then you'll get answered by veterans, "You just practice." It's like, what the fuck do I practice in order to do that? This is what you practice. I am showing you what to practice. You figure out the shapes of the thing. You figure out how to put it in a 3D space, how it works as a 3D object, and then you can draw it. The moment your brain is able to click that in and make those shortcuts, you're able to draw it. And the first step to doing that is grabbing references. Kind of want to eat a pepper right now. Daniel. Who's a good boy? Are you a good boy? Are you a good boy? Who's the good boy? Is it you? If you're the good boy, then don't do it. Don't do it right now. Please. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Yes, you are the good boy. We pet the Daniel because he's a good boy. Also, I want to show this off because he's adorable and precious, but I drew this for Dan. Look at him. Everyone, look at this beautiful baby. That's my son, and I love him. And I pet him. What? Yes, you are. Look at this. Look at this cute face. You can't look at this cute fucking face and tell me you're not adorable. Child. Yeah, I'll give you pets. More pets. So you're admitting you're cute when I drew it. You know what? More pets. A whole baby, said Himiko. Yeah, I pet the baby. He's a good baby. No. Well, then you're admitting you are cute in my picture. Ergo, your picture... A whole baby. I'm pretty sure they meant whole as in a whole-ass baby. But yeah, you too can draw hands if you just learn the shapes. And I have shown you the shapes. And I have shown you the method. If you want to draw a hand, go grab it and just start drawing all over it. And figure out the shapes within the hand. And over time, your brain will be able to start shifting those shapes. Like, for instance, this is the hand. I will show you that in a minute. But that little that little square, you can go, oh, the square can be turned. And the tubes can come out of that square. Like this. Oh my god, the square's turned and here's the tubes. They're coming out of the square, and your brain will be able to just naturally click that in. It's fucking cool. Do you want me to direct you to the meme you sent in Desmond's meme channel? Which meme did they send? Yeah, you too will be able to master the art of voodoo bat powers to draw. Now I'm just looking through my meme channel to see what Dan sent. Because we've all sent a lot of shit. We're all kind of cracked. I'm not gonna lie, we're all kind of cracked. He just deleted it. What? Dan, you're not allowed to delete stuff from my server? Who said? Huh? I will have to have a talk with your father about this. No, I didn't say. You're in trouble, young man. But yeah, just as you see this little crescent here, there is a little crescent here as well. Fingers don't just sit on a flat plane. They follow this curve. And they attach to that curve. As so. Oh man, those fingers look wonky. Hold up. My pinky be looking kinda thick though. Let's fix that pinky up real quick. Giving me another pet, I see. Heh, it's not letting me move the pet. Ah. Dan, why your hand over there? There we go. Why isn't it working? Ah, there we go. A pet. I am being pet by all sides. Hold on, let's see if I can't flip it around and fix that a bit more. It looks silly. I was wearing Avi's blindfold. Wow. Why does it flip the... Oh, I see why it's doing that. Let's do this. Then let's do this. Aha! I am now being petted! Hee. I'll bring this hand down just a little. Just so it's not as even and it doesn't look as silly. I am getting the pets. Think. What if I pet the ear? Do you want to pet my ear? Do you want to pet my ear, Dan? You can pet my ear. Here. Here. Put your hand right up there. There you go. Give my ear a little pet. I'm getting an ear pet. Yes. I appreciate an ear pet. Yeah? What's up, Dan? Out of gum? Uh-oh. Yeah, let's fix that pinky. That pinky was looking kinda whack. And remember, you can always erase. You can always fix. Erasing is a thing. There we go. And these are the basis of the underside of the palm. We've studied the finger length, as well as what the underside looks like, the butt on our hand. There's that little hand butt. And now we can go over. Can't wait for Desmond to do the drawing challenge streams. Drawing challenge streams? Oh, for me to host a drawing challenge stream. Like, no, Control Z. No, I don't want to do that. That sounds dumb. I don't want to do that. Alt hand. No, alt hand? My right hand is useless, sir. I could not do that. Why would I do that to myself? Please. Please don't make me. Please don't do that to me. Ah, I will be right back though. So, my music just went weird. POV, I'm the right hand. So yeah, I'll be right back. He is in plant. I am back. There we go. But yeah, I had to visit the little butler's room. Tee. I got to jam out to this pretty. Mods are gone. I actually probably should look for a couple of more mods, huh? At least one or two. Because with Leon no longer having winter break, and now that he's in full force again, he can't moderate for me. Well, to be fair, I can moderate my damn self, but still, I want mods. The mods need to bully me. If I don't have mods, how will I be bullied? But now that we've covered the basis of the fingies over here, we will come over here and look at the basis of these fingies. So as stated before, the fingers do this little curve on one another, so the knuckles will follow that curve. Fair, fair. And we have these tiny little kneecap knuckles that do this. And I like to add that here by doing this. Just like how I do my kneecaps. As we can see here. And over here, as you can see, the palm, or the thumb, comes mostly on the underside of the palm. That's where its main priority rests. On the front hand side of the palm itself comes over the thumb, like this. As you can see. So for this, I'm going to do that. I'm going to stretch the skin just a bit to show that it is draped over the palm a bit, because the thumb does stick out from underneath the hand a bit. Which is why it's got this squish right here. Squishy. Squimsh. And then I just follow my fingers. I do want to clean up that pinky though on this side as well, because that pinky is kinda messed. There we go. Let's bring our hands in.
Hello there.
Hello there! Welcome! And thank you for the folly, Shikari Unme 7. Welcome to the Bat Cafe. Take a little seat. Have a little sip of some tea or coffee. Oh, and Dan just told me to get a sip. Okay, I will sippy time. Oh no, I'm running out of water. It's just ice. No. I have officially run out of water, boys and girls and non-binies. I am now the sad. I am Sag, as the kids like to say. I am having a Sag. Yeah, let's connect our little fingies right in. No, there we go, right in. And over here, as you can see, we have like these little spaces where the fingies just kind of hang out because everything's like squishing in. It almost kind of looks like a butt, kind of like a little. What is it with me and butts? You know how like butt cleavage or like cleavage? It's like cleavage. It's like upside down cleavage on the fingers. Your fingers have 4 butts? Oh, Kibby. Hello, Kibby. I have a cat hanging out with me. So we can easily have our fingers doing this. Hello, Kibby. Oh, did you come to sit down and say hi to me? What a good boy. I have a cat, guys. He's sitting with me. He's just visiting. He gets a kiss. Kibby gets a little kissy on his head. Hi, Kibby. Oh, he just woke up, too. Hi, Kibby. Did you just wake up? Were you napping? Hi. I think he's sleepy still. I'm going to fix this palm, though, because this part of the thumb looks a little wonky. For my taste. It's usually a bit bigger than that. There we go. And that's typically how I do the hands. Now for the nails. The nails are really wonky as well. Nails can come in a variety of shapes and sizes, but for the time being, we're just going to focus on nails that are shaped like this. Which, if you think about it, it's just an oval that's been cut right here. So we're going to do that here as well. Oh, give me... But more than that, the nails kind of do this little bend. Remember when I bent the paper all those weeks ago? Hi, Kibby. Please move. I don't need you walking on my keyboard. Thank you, sir. You're a good boy. Are you looking for Leon? He's not here right now, baby. Sorry. But nails will actually do this little interesting curve. So if we see a nail on a finger, it actually curves a bit. If we're looking at it full front, it has just the most subtle curve. Like, here's the nail. It'll curve down just a little bit if we're looking at it from the tip. So from here, we will see the nail, like here, and it will curve over the finger just a little. And because it's got that shape, it will have this little roundness to it, and then it'll be flat right here. At least the nails that we're drawing. And it'll do that over here as well, because you can see it on both sides of the thumb. And like I said, look at your nail. It will help, but you can see here how you can see that little curve and a bit of the nail there. It curves here, and then it's flatter here. That's typically how nails look like. Kibby! Do not start... Oh, jeez. Do not start getting on those shelves, sir. I will stop you. He's gotten into the habit of trying to knock stuff off our shelves. I have to tell him no. But just like over here, how we can see this dude's nails, they're rounder here, flatter here, round here, flat here. I'm going to do the same thing over here. We can't see our nails over here because this is the under... No, hiccups. This is the underside. But I will do it here. I'm going to do that little circle here, little half circle, and that's where our nails are going to go. And then we're going to close it off. They don't have to look perfect. Not all nails are. And that's typically how I do it. Or rather, how realistically they would kind of look. You can make it less realistic than this. I tend to do something like this with my fingers. Here's my finger and here's my nail. Instead of doing this, I typically just do this. And I don't add this part. But like I said, that all has to do with stylistic choice. You don't have to draw nails at all if you don't want to. If it doesn't work for your style, don't do it. But it's typically a good idea to add them just a little, just so your characters don't look uncanny if it is a more realistic style you're going for. So now that we know what hands look like in the in the grand scheme of things and their shape and all that, what can we conclude from this little weird shape that I put down here? Well, we can certainly see this part. This is the squirt. What was it? The squircle. It's the square circle, and it goes in the square hole, and it's right here. We can see it here. But since I've already drawn it, I don't have to draw it again with my line art. I'm on my line art. So just like how I did over here, and how I drew this side of my hand, which now it looks kind of like this, because the thumb is over here. You can see that's the position of the hand here. And I'm going to draw it that way. I'm going to draw my thumb. And I'm going to have my finger coming out a little, just like I have here. And see how it just stretches out here. Here's that triangle. And here's that little tube and that little cap. And then we'll add a little bit of how I do my nail. Just a little line to show it off. Like that. And for the knuckles, you actually want to tilt the knuckles just like how you tilt the knee. The knee is just like that little diamond shape. The diamond does stick out. So if you want to draw knuckles, you can draw them sticking out a bit. Now, since this hand is kind of facing this way, my knuckles are going to go this way. What's a diamond? I don't know, man. It's just shapes. I'm just making up words. But you want to start adding little diamonds where you know that knuckle's going to be. Now, unlike here where I drew both sides, the hand is facing more this way, so you only really need to draw one side if you want to. Shapes are hard. Shapes are hard, man. How do you draw shapes? How big is anything? I sound like a hippie. I don't know, man. They're just shapes. But, yeah, you want to typically draw the little knuckle right here. You don't have to, but this is how I draw the knuckle. I add just a little bump, let it hang out. Not everyone does that. Some people just draw the fingers just straight up, like this. But I like to add the knuckle for myself. As we can come over here, you can see this little diamond shape here, actually, by looking at this guy's hand. There's that diamond shape. And let's go look at other hands real quick. at different angles so we can try and see the knuckles a bit better. Here it is. This is a good picture to show off those knuckles. As you can see, we can see the tendons right here. They're right there. And right here. And here. So if you want to add the finger knuckles, you can definitely follow those lines. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to have that tiny little lump right here. Now, what I like to do personally is just follow the hand and add those little knuckles to remember where they are. But you don't have to do that. I've also seen other people start with the middle finger first, like this. But I like to just go across the hand and remember that they're all about equal spacing and just do these little baby bumps, these little pyramid bumps. Now, I will start with the middle finger to keep stuff concise, but I'm going to bring it down. And remember, your hand all kind of follows the same curve, typically, unless they're doing something really unique like this. But even then, you can see, even this finger, despite this finger going kind of wonky and off the rails, these two are still kind of clustered together. They're hanging out, like this. And even if this finger wasn't out like this finger would be pulled in with them. Fingers like to just naturally move with each other, unless we're doing something very specific with them. But if you're just idling them, they're just going to be sitting there. And that's what I'm going to be doing with the hand. So I'm going to have my middle finger follow this and this, and I'm adding a natural bend to them. Now, why am I doing that? Remember, everything has this nice little natural bend. If your joints are straight or just sticking like this, that means you are deliberately holding them there. However, nothing really does that. You know how I bent the elbow here and said elbows have this natural lean and bend to them? The same goes for finger joints. Which, finger joints, you have three. 1, 2, 3. One here, and then your knuckle. So it's usually a good rule of thumb to have your fingers just bending just a little bit, just a gentle bend, because they're resting in place. If you just kind of like let your hand hang lazily and you just look at it, yes, Dan? What is it, Dan? Chicken butt? Is that what it is? I'll fight you if it's chicken butt. I'm waiting. Yo, mama. Oh, Himiko. Himiko got my ass. But yeah, if you just kind of rest your hand, let your hand just chill, like just dangle it loosely, just shake it around, your fingers will just be doing these natural little curves. It's just how they rest. It's really interesting. But it's just how the tendons naturally rest. So we're going to have the fingers bending a bit right here. Then I'm going to add the tips. Whoops. Oh my god, those fingers are very small, actually. Hold on. Let me not make them that small. Because I forgot a rule of thumb. Thumb. The knuckles are typically about where the thumb goes. Yeah, I make mistakes, I know. It's strange to know, but yes, I do make quite a bit of mistakes here and there. But let's add the little knuckles, and let's have the fingers curving. And remember, they're just little tubes sitting on each other. And when things bend, they will have a crease on the other side. So whenever your fingers are bending like this, because they're a tube, they'll have this like little crease right here where that bend is happening. So for here, for your fingers, you will have these little creases, like about here. You can. You don't have to draw them, especially not prominently, because I don't. Hell, fuck if I don't do that. But you can do that. You can add those little creases, and then we just add the rest of our fingers. Now, because our fingers are all following the same pattern, they're all gonna bend the same way and be roughly the same length, so they're all gonna fall in line behind each other. And then I'm just gonna add my nails. Now, for those of you who want to see it in a different position, the way I did it, I had my hand sitting up like this with my little squirgle, and then the thumb is out. Here's that little triangle, the little triangle again. Here's that tube with the little tip, and it curves in. Then here's the fingers, and they have that little curve in them, like this. And then you start attaching them a little bit where you believe they would go. Now, this is where they would be located if we were looking at the underpinnings of the hand. Because, like, let's say the hand is facing us. The fingers would be coming out of, like, these 4 spots, and then the thumb would be back here. But these would be our fingers coming out of that square. So this is the square, and these are the little finger slots, and they're each coming out of that. See, and here's that tube, and here's this finger, and that's tube, and then here's this finger, and that tube. As you can see, they are still behind each other. Oh, yay, Leon, come home. But as you can see here, the fingers are technically underneath one another. If I can do this and show you like a cool little, like a little undercolor like this. Ooh. They're all underneath. More sippy time. Nom nom. Yeah, I am officially out of water. I'm gonna have to go get some. I'm gonna take that as a sign that Zetter's telling me to go get myself more water. So I will be right back again. I'm gonna go pour me some water. There it is. But yeah, I will be right back. Chat, be good. Be good. I'm watching you. You best be hydrating. I'm gonna go hydrate, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go get some water from my my cup. Be right back. I did it, Zeta. Are you proud of me? I got water. And now I sippy. I even grabbed a little bottle of water to pour into my cup if I run out again. There you go. I redeemed your sippy. Alright, where was I? Right. Each of these little tubes are hiding, and just because this hand is resting, this hand is resting, so these fingers will just naturally start to bend this way. That's just how it goes. Your fingers will never just be completely straight. It'll look weird unless you're like pointing. Like that. You're pointing at something. But if your hand's just idly resting by, it will bend. These little tubes will bend. So as you can see here, my little tubies are bending very gently. And that is the basics of how you draw hands. Now, later on, like I said, I do want to go more into detail on everything I've covered. All of this has just been a 101 basics, you know, how to get basic shapes down and how to cover them in a very cohesive and aesthetically pleasing way because of where muscles are. But that's not the only aspect of drawing, especially considering human bodies are not the only thing you can draw. There are literally millions of things that you could draw that don't look human. But now that my hand is done, I connect my hip. I kind of haven't been drawing this side of the hand, but I don't need to at the moment. Let's adjust this. Now we're gonna cover feet. Now, I've been memed about feet before, but listen. So, feet. Now, the way feet usually work, I'm gonna hate saying the word feet, aren't I? Alright, the way typically feet usually work, in terms of shape, let's pull up a reference, and then we can stare at that reference. And like I said, you can just Google foot reference, feet reference, hand reference. You can find thousands of pictures that will help you with this. Because that's what you should be doing. You should be looking at references and studying from real life. And studying from images, because that's the best way to get your, I believe the term is, visual library, or your visual inventory. It's the best way to get that padded and add a bunch more information for yourself. Because if you want to be able to draw feet and hands and heads and noses at the flash of a snap, you need to have all of this stuff crammed in your little brain. But it's why I'm going very slowly. Because I can understand that it is a lot of information to take in. So once I find a nice little reference for footies, we can start working on them. It's hard to find just a regular ass foot sitting there. People like to be flary with their feet, apparently. Ah, this works. Here we go. So this is a pretty good reference. This is the side where the toe is this way, and this is the side where the toe is this way. It doesn't really matter which one we pick. We can close this out because we're not working on hands, and this out because we're not working on legs anymore. We did our legs. So first we're going to look at the inner foot right here, and I'm going to show you how to break up the foot into shapes. Now, this little slope shape is a pretty good starting point because our feet are sloped. They look like little slides that you can slide down on. So we're going to stick with that for the baseline. Sorry about the music going crazy. Let's turn this over here. There we go. Fit. Yes, fit. We are drawing fit. Now you don't have to beg for feet pics online. You can just draw the feet pics instead. But for a good starter, we can see here that just like here, the foot is a little slope. It's got this little slope going on. Just like a slide. And of course it's attached like a tube right here onto the ankle. The ankle is going to be here. All that good fun stuff. Fit. Alright, let's look for... Oops. I want to find references that are like at different angles, but are not already pieces of art. And that's really hard to do, because people like to just go wonky with these pictures, apparently. I mean, these kind of work. If hair and toes and feet bother you, I'm sorry. Huh? Why isn't it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Huh. My whole computer just froze because I guess this picture's too big to copy over. So I'm just gonna take a picture. Since it wants to act up. There we go. So we got our little feeties. We got our little feet pics. Ready. So first things first, like I said, it is a slope, first and foremost. But there's a little more going on with our slope. So let's redraw it. Here's our slide. Now, more than just coming to a tip like this, and then coming down, it has something about it. This has been cut off. Right here. It has a flatter edge to it than I've been drawing over here since that point. At least as far as I've learned. It has this... Also, I totally forgot I had the Twitch app. I thought you were going to start talking about geometry with how you were tracing the foot like that, and I was going to say, ew, math. Geometry is necessary for art. Because you need to know shapes, sunshine. Ma'am. You know shapes. I will fight you. I will fight you on this. But yes, the feet have the little shapes. But more than that, remember how I did the little... my little square here, and I cut into it for the rib cage? Well, we're going to do that for the foot. We're going to cut into it right here. We're going to do this little baby slice. Because that's how feet are shaped. As you can see here, here's our little slope. But you can see that it's not quite so pointed. It's got a little bit of a roundness to it. And here you can see that there is a slope. So remember that slope. Remember these shapes. Fight me. I will fight you. We will fight. And just like with the hand, remember when I made a little mitt? The toes for the foot also do that. Specifically, here I will look at the foot from an upside angle. Like, say, here's the ankles, here's the leg. The toes do the same thing as the hand, but the toes start off bigger over here on the inside of the foot, and then they start to get smaller on this side. So, say this is the inside of the foot, like right here. If this is this foot, this toe will be bigger right here. Just like how you see in this foot. See how this toe is huge? And then they just get smaller and smaller. It does this very tiny little thing. That's how it works. It looks like a door stopper. Kind of. But it also just to help, it helps to show off the shapes. Tutorial art stream, yeah! I've been doing tutorial art streams for a couple weeks now. I had a hiccup. Fun. I have more hiccups. No, help me! I don't want to keep hiccuping. Usagi out here dancing. Oh, that's a cute little wiggle. I love the little Poplio dance emotes. They're so cute. Monkey. Hi, baby. Bebe is here. He has arrived. Want me to scare them away? I think they're gone. I think they're gone. Welcome home, master.
Wow, I just stepped in.
Khan literally redeemed it because he knew you were here.
How did I know it was Khan? I feel like that's his modus operandi since, like...
He's here to have horny warfare. That's his warfare, guy. Khan, Leon is very grateful to you. We need to treat the bear husband right, and that's always a treat. True.
Can't confirm.
Oh, do you like it? Is your nose okay?
Yeah, I got scratched.
Oh no, Cecil. Cecil got the bear. Oh no. But now that we have the basic shape of the foot, I'm going to be breaking it down. Which the feet are a little harder than hands in my opinion. Just because they have so many angles you have to think about. But I'm gonna do my best to translate these. So it doesn't just slant like this. It has this little dip in the foot itself. It does this very slight dip. Let's see if I can do it. Like that. Very slight dip. So this is the basic shape that we're going to be working with. And I can go over the muscles and tendons like I did with the hand. So let's go look at that. Let's find some feety references. Some muscle references, specifically for the feet. And their more complex shapes. Because feet do be difficult to draw sometimes. They do be like that. Okay. So as we can see here, let's remove. Oh wait, I drew on top of the picture. Yay! Let's remove all that real quick. I don't have a big toe, like, flipped version of this. Here, let's go over here. Let's do this one. There we go. So as we can see, the biggest toe is now facing us. And for the feet, remember, everything is tubes. At least the legs are. So there is going to be that little bone right here, where that tube is connected for the ankle. And this is where the ankle comes in, because this is the ankle bone. As we've already established in our previous design. The ankle bone is here, then there's the muscles, so the ankle bone sticks out. And then the heel, right here, it's got this little fun little padding. Let's go find some muscles. Which it's a little difficult to find. It's mostly just skeletal structure, I see, not muscle structure for the foot. But it doesn't matter. We have a little bone right here that actually sticks all off the foot that does this and acts as a basic hold for us. And the bone also does this little arch and then comes down, so that's where the arch of the foot comes from. I think it's because mostly our foot is made out of bone. If you touch your foot and poke it, feet are hard. That's why God invented shoes, so we don't have to draw them. True. My fave mobile art program recently added pose stickers, so I'm more even fired up to draw more art. Nice! What mobile art program is it? Do I know about it? Because I don't use mobile art programs. I mostly use, Ibis Paint. I have heard of that. I was either thinking Procreate or Ibis. But, yeah, I typically draw on my tablet. My art, it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't walk anywhere. But yeah, in the foot, we have this fun little bone that gives us our heel. Which is actually what causes this bump right here. Because that's the part of our foot coming in. And as you can see here, the foot actually has this really interesting crescent moon shape. See, here's that ball that I drew here. But then the foot tends to do this. It wraps like this. It's really wonky, and we have this really deep dip right here. We're not flat-footed. We're actually arch-footed. And most of this is the arch. Which is really cool. It's like a little question mark almost. Our footsteps are. So I try to emulate that. This is a big padding. This is a big padding. So here we have this. And then here we have the arch, which happens here. And then we add this. And then here we add the toes. Now, the fun little thing about the toes, what I've been doing right here is I've been following this curve, and then this curve, and then that arch. But you see how it curves inward up into the toes? Unlike the hand, where the finger pretty much follows the palm, the toes kind of pop off like that. There's this little indentation between the bottom of the foot and the toe itself. So the little toe will have that indentation. And just like the thumbs and the fingers, if I'm sitting on... Oh, no mobile art. Ibis Paint has a free version. Best of all, I can upload my pieces to CSP. Nice! So I'm sitting on the throne, got an idea for a sketch, I can sketch out the phone, then upload it to CSP. Then when I'm back on my laptop, I can take it over from there. That's actually really cool. That's actually really nice. Yeah, that's really nice. Alright, let me actually clean this up a bit. But yeah, here's the bottom of the foot, as we can see here. And then it does that little arch. And then it curves in to this part of the foot. which is the ball, or not the ball, the middle of the part of the foot before the toes. I'm sure if you pap your foot around or you poke your toes or you look at your toes, I'm sure you don't want to be hearing about feet any more than you need to. But, you know, just, it's right there. You got a foot. Even if you, like, rotate your ankle around to feel the different paddings of your foot on the floor, you can kind of feel out what these are. You can feel the padding here and the padding over here. Because we also have little, like, beans. We have little beans on our feet. And that's what this is. It's one of our little beans. And just like fingers, where it has that very sharp curve and then it curves in, toes do that. They come out like this, and then they curve in to that part of the foot. And also just like fingers, we kind of have knuckles on our feet. Not nearly as hard as we do on our hands, mind you. But we do have these little spots right here where the toe can bend. The tendons aren't nearly as prominent in our feet as it is in our hands, because that's why we evolved. But you can still see here. You can still see the tendons. So in a way, our feet are kind of shaped like this. It's like a slider, like this, with a curve that's been cut out of it at the bottom. And then it's got a second block connecting it because it's been dropped. There's like a step almost, because it does this little like drop right here where the toe is. Like this. Whoop. And then it curves up. So you will see that in feet as well, like this. Now, just like fingers, the toes will be behind one another. One another. I can talk. So let's look at it from the top. This is what the foot would look like from the top. Here's our foot. There's our ankle. Or, yeah, the top of the ankle and the padding. And then it comes out like this, and here's our little toes. You will see the big toe here, the little toes here. And they all seem to kind of fold in with each other, because just like the hand, how it's a little mitt, the foot is also just a little mitt. Except instead of the longest finger being the middle finger, it's the big toe. So wherever your foot is facing, if it's the inside of that foot, like if it's the this would technically be the right foot if we were looking at the person. Whatever is inside the person, that's the toe. It's hard to word. The inner toe is the big toe. So this is going to be the big toe, and this is going to be the big one. And if we were to lay these all in a row, they would do something like this. We see that little one here, and then we'll see another one, and then another one, maybe another one. And then the ankle, or the top of the foot, will arch just a bit, and then come down. So that's kind of how feet work. Here you can see that I added very simple, rudimentary shapes. But it's very difficult to explain, simply because feet are very... it's just awkward. It feels awkward to say feet so much that I have... I do not like talking about feet as much as I have in the last 10 minutes, but hey, here we are. But yeah, as you can see here, if I flip this, just like I drew here, here's that circle. Here's that shape of that foot. Which the foot, like I said, is a slope, but if you're looking at it from the downside, like this, it's got this little, like, slight fan look. Like this. It squishes in over here a bit, and it's wider here. The more your foot comes out from your ankle, it gets wider. And then the little toes do this, where it's longer here, and then it gets shorter here. Just like you see here. Long here, shorter here. And the foot itself also follows that principle. It will get a little longer here, and then it'll kind of fall on this side. If we're looking at it from this side. Man, pause. Our beans aren't cute. Our beans can be cute. It depends on the beans. Depends on the person. If they have tiny little baby feet, then yeah, they're cute. I think they are. I'm gonna be honest, I just feel awkward talking about toes. Look at them toes. Look at her feet. Look at the feet. But yeah, that is typically how I worry about feeties. And as stated, it's real life referencing is the best teacher. Just pulling it up and looking at how it sits with itself is the best way to learn how to draw. Like for instance with this, you can actually see kind of the toes in the back here. Like this. Why is it shaped like that? Well, as stated previously, the foot is a slope like this, with its little arch curve right here. And then here's where the leg would be on that tube, and that ankle. That's where we would slice the curve. This is the curve of the foot. And then here's the big toe, hanging out. But then these guys are behind it. That's because they're technically like this. You can see them this way. Because just like with the hand, there are those little spots where they come out of. Like that. There's these little spots, these little slots that you could put them in. Like this. As shown with the hands. And then you have your big toe. You'll have these 4 little spots that you can have your toesies on. Just like that. We know you don't have a foot fetish. Yeah. Well, I think it... for some reason it doesn't help, though, because Hoda actually clipped me talking about feet. But it was just art stuff. I don't even remember the context. I was just talking about feet. But yeah, now that we have figured out the basic shape and how to lay them out, I can show you how I typically draw them in line art. In post, as the kids say. So for over here, we can already see the shapes that I've set down. Here's my slope, and then there's the more detailed version with the little layout of toesies, as you can see here. Hoda trying to sabotage the competition. Hoda trying to sabotage the bat. A fellow bat out there. But I will draw that little ankle right here. Not the ankle, the ball of the foot right here. And I'm going to draw that dip, because that's where our little arch is here. And then I'm going to draw this arch coming in and curling up towards the toes. And then we're going to draw the actual toesies. Now, I like to start with the knuckles first, or the tendons first up here, just so I can figure out where it's located. And it's typically right here. And just like fingers, remember, it's got that straight edge on top, and then it curves underneath. So it does that. Now, toes are basically the tiniest little useless little things. They're basically, think of them as like, oops, where did everything go? There we go. Think of them as, this is gonna sound really fucking weird. Did a flyby. Wow, kicked over my sandcastle. Oh no, Leon. Oh no, when I did do a flyby and kicked over your sandcastle. When I was out here bullying everybody. But, I was so sad. Oh. But, as weird as this sounds, think of toes as like little thumbs. Because they only have 2 joints. Our fingers have 3 joints. The 1, 2, 3, you know, the 1, 2, 3 and knuckles. The 2 that helps your fingers bend, and then the knuckles at the end. You know, these. This one here, this one here, this one here. Thumbs only have 2. Because thumbs can't bend right here. They can only bend here. Then they just move around. On a joint. On a, like a joystick almost. So toes work a lot like thumbs. So if you want to draw a toe, just draw a thumb on a foot. As stupid as that sounds. That's kind of how it works though. And then we will draw our little toes. Remember, it curves straight up here. But we have to make it really small because it's tiny toes. I'm going to add my tendon, my straight line, and then curve it in. My tendon, straight line, curve it in. And just keep on going until I have all my toesies. I just realized I drew the toes the wrong size. These are supposed to be the small toes, but you get this, it's the same shape. Tendon, our straight line, and then our curvy line. Same here. My toes are looking a little wonkus. There we go. Straight, and then curve underneath. Straight, and then curve underneath. And then for our big toe, we're gonna just make the tendon a bit bigger and have the toe itself just bigger in general. Like this. Just a big old boy. Like that. And then we follow the curve. And for the final coup de grace, just like with fingernails, toenails work in a very similar manner. They're round at the bottom, and they get straighter at the edge. So for this, we will have the straight edge following the toes, because these toes specifically, instead of us looking at them like this, where they'd be straight here and then just have the nail, we're looking at them at an angle. Because when you turn the nail to the side like this, you will see a bit of the angle like that. So when turning them like this, remember everything's a tube, they're turned like this, and that nail is following that curve right here. Like this. That nail is following that tubey curve. So we're going to be following that curve with the nails, and we're just gonna curve around like this to show off that curve of that nail. So we do this, and then curve it, like that. And they are very short and squat. We have very squat little nails. As you can see down here. They're very squat. They're round here, and then they get short. And now we do the same thing on this side of the foot. Except we're going to have the big toe on this side. So we're going to just do the same shape here. And then we have that arch in our foot, and then that little curve in, like right here. Boop. And then we'll have our big toe. This big boy right here. Bam. That's a little too big, actually. Let's not make it that big. But yeah, we'll have our straight line, and then the curve. Like that. Nope, like that. Better. Let's add our tendon, and then we'll just add the tiny little tiny toes on the other end. Like this. Remember the straight line, curve, straight line, curve, straight line, curve. And they'll all just kind of hide behind each other. And then connect them. Because remember over here, the toes will hide behind each other. We have object permanence. We are good smart adults, and we know that they're just hiding. And then when we'll add the nails, we don't really have to worry about doing it too well here because you can't really see the toes. But there we go. We added our little feeties to our person. And that is how I do my body. So I will go into further detail when it comes to foot positions and hand positions, as well as shapes for the face, because the typical eye shape that I've already done, here let's drag this all in here. There we go. I'm keeping all of my lessons in a folder every time I do them. Because, like, here, I did my shape lesson. And here, I did my body lesson. As well as the different head shapes here. But as you can see, the standard head shape, plus eye, plus nose, plus lip, whatever, all that, that's just, like, the easiest, most simple, most common, like, way to depict a face is. Oh, have a good little lurk, Tristy. We're actually almost done. Because I'm just showing off what I have covered for my 101 class, quote-unquote. I'm going to be covering different eye shapes and nose shapes and mouth shapes and all that good shit whenever the time comes, since I have covered the basics of everything else. I've covered basic shapes this past month. I have covered my faces. One of my VTubers lives, I definitely have to watch more. That's fair. And then this week we have worked on how to do the body shape. Next week, if I don't have anything planned, such as a commission or anything else that might have to crop up because Medic is adorable and I might have to draw more Medic, who knows. If none of that crops up, then I will be covering specific shapes. But for now, I say it's about that time. We've gone over a good bit of how to draw the body, how the muscle lays on top of all these shapes, and then we can go in later and do a lot more detail. But for now, I say we're done. So let's do this fun little huzzah! Goodbye, head pads. My head pads disappeared. But thank you, everybody, so much for coming today and hanging out with me and watching me spiral into madness with my art. I didn't put a schedule on my Twitter today, but that's okay. I can do that later. Oh, thank you, Tristy. And thank you for everyone who followed me, as well as Remy, who dropped in on me with a raid party. That was fucking cool. That was very sweet of him. They did not have to do that. But yeah, I don't have a schedule because I'm dumb. Thank you, Himiko. But I will be putting it up eventually if I plan to. But for those of you who have been here for a while, you know the drill by now. Art on Mondays, gaming on Tuesdays, and world building on Wednesdays. More gaming on Thursdays, and then a dealer's choice sort of scenario on Friday. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to be just relaxing my brain and playing Minecraft. Again, because Minecraft is really fun. Because they recently got into the end and killed the Ender Dragon on the server. They did it yesterday on the Get Together server. Or the It's Better server. It's Better Together. That's what it is. And I want to actually start exploring the end so I can get chalice fruits and shulker boxes. I want shulker boxes really bad. But yeah, that's what we do tomorrow. And Wednesday, world build. Thursday, probably Hollow Knight. I want to try and beat that. And then Friday, we'll just have to see how I'm feeling. Thank you everybody who showed up today and rated and followed. You're all beautiful people. Mwah. I will see you all tomorrow morning, bright and early. Goodbye. Actually, no. Before I go, I have to rate someone. I keep forgetting. Who we dropping in? Mama Skya? Hold up. We rating Skya. Hold up. Is raid working? Like, Remy was able to raid me, but is the text working now? Because I know it wasn't working a few days ago, apparently. Hopefully they fixed it. Only one way to find out, indeed. Alright, it looks like it's working. So, for those of you who have my emotes, you can select this, and you can post that at her whenever we drop in on Mama Skya. It will look like this. And for those of you who don't have my emotes, that's okay. I still have this for you guys. Blah, 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 blah. I'm getting waterboarded by emotes. But yeah, thank you so much for coming today. It was really fun to just jam out and wow people by the fact that I can draw hands, apparently. I keep forgetting that that's a meme. That people are like, ugh, hands, why do? But I'm over here sitting here going, I get to draw hands! Because I like drawing hands. I'm weird. Okay, but yeah, now we're gonna go drop in on Skya, and now I'm gonna head out and say goodbye, everybody, and thank you for hanging out with me and watching me draw and learning from me, hopefully, because I don't know how. My music just blasted my ears. I don't know how well I'm teaching it. I hope something sticks at the very least. But thank you everyone for hanging out, and we're gonna go drop in on Skya. See you tomorrow for some Minecraft, not Hollow Knight. Bye!